5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the second gentleman campaigns in San Antonio and U.S. troops being deployed to the Middle East. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings.
Hey, hello, everybody. Good morning, Tim, Sam, Rooster, Echo.
Morning.
Echo.
Tracy Bogert, everybody. Good morning.
No, Yacht Rock. Yeah, he's wearing his Yacht Rock t-shirt.
Of course I am.
No, I don't see Trevin. Tracy, Trevin. Not in there yet.
No, we don't know that Trevin is Tracy.
No, we don't know that for sure. He could just be an operative.
True.
For him.
He could be one of the Bexar County MAGA Republicans.
He could be.
Hey, my people. Good to see my people represented.
Great. So that's what we got today.
Sometimes they surprise us, though. Sometimes
Yeah.
we'll do features.
Good morning, Sika.
Sika Paulin had a funny line yesterday. He said he needs to change his name to Sika Polls.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. Good morning, Louie.
Polish people.
Really? The hell, man?
A little Ted Cruz in the morning.
Nothing better than a little
That's
Ted Cruz in the
That's what I'm
morning.
talking about.
See, they're screwed up. It's 42 days.
42. Yeah.
Yes.
It's 6 weeks from today. 6 times 7 is 42.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Last time I checked.
That's what I got. So I guess life has been good. So I guess we'll invite Randy Adams to the PalcaCon.
Won't that be fun?
Oh, hell's bells.
Yeah, this is very. Wait, no. Oh, okay. You had to turn it all the way. Now it's working. You had to turn it all the way to the left, and it kind of bumped a little. And so right
So
now,
it's
I'm
good
okay.
right now?
Right now, I'm fine. Yeah.
Good morning, Echo.
Echo. I am sitting pretty tall in the saddle. Let me adjust something here. What the hell's going on?
Don't know, man. Thank you, Trevin. Good morning. Welcome back, Trevin.
Trevin. Louie, haven't seen Louie in a while.
Yeah.
Louie. Louie. Sarah Duran, moving up in the world.
Yes, she is. 10-year-old arrested for making terroristic threats.
Wow.
10-year-old. 10-year-old. Sam says that Sika could change his name to Sick of This BS.
Well, you got 42 days to go and then the Civil War. So
Yeah.
after that,
Sick of war.
see, the first Civil War was what, 1861
Okay,
to
now they got it
1865?
fixed to 42 days.
See?
Let's get your
Yeah,
stuff
somebody-
together here, people.
Some low-level millennial had the original graphic wrong. Fox News
Wait,
Channel
no,
had
EJ's not here yet.
no. Well, that's why they didn't have it right, because he
That's
wasn't
true.
there yet.
It's been a
Fox
while.
News had 41 days till the election. It's 42. We're counting.
Hey, murders tonight.
Yes. And that means the next night is Bad Monkey.
Yes.
We watched Little Miss Innocent.
How is
It's
it?
a 3-point. It's good.
Yeah.
It's I'd give it a B.
See, I'm
got it.
still trying to catch up on slow horses.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I haven't gotten into slow horses yet.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's good. Now,
Beth and I tried it once.
okay, I was going to say,
The first
the
season.
first episode
Okay.
of the first season, because I'm still in the first season. I'm not even in the
Okay.
second season yet. I almost checked out.
See, I got to tell
But-
Beth that.
went back for the second, Cindy says, let's try the second episode. Got better.
Okay.
Got much better.
Because I'm hearing you're raving about it. Richard Oliver's raving
It's
about
good,
it.
man. It's
Uncle
good.
Charlie's raving about it.
It's good. It's good. But like you said, I almost gave up on it after the first episode because I thought,
And we did. So I'm going to have to, okay.
Yeah,
cool.
because the whole first episode is just a setup for all the things that are to come.
Okay.
So it was kind of a letdown, I thought, because
Yes.
I heard so many good things about it to where I almost didn't watch the second one. Now we're on like 7 or 8.
Wow.
In the
Okay.
first, yeah, it's good, man. Thank you, Louie. Yep. See, I'm Mr. T, and you could be Face
Yes.
or Murdoch. No, Face. Make you Face. Charity can be Face. You can be Murdoch. Okay, everybody. Look what it is.
Hey, EJ's here at 5:06. Show starts at 5.
Well, we were holding the show until he got here. Because you never know, man. We don't want to start the show without him. Oh, God. Oh, crapola. Nico.
Where's your suspenders?
I can hear him.
Yes.
I can hear that. I can hear the suspenders.
Okay, good. I
Yeah.
feel better.
I can hear the snapping of them. Way to go, Sam. Way to go.
Sam, yes. Coffee, the wonder drug that works wonders. Because
Because,
management
yeah.
frowns upon crystal meth.
Yes, they do. Don't know why, though.
I know,
It's
man.
radio. The hell.
We'd be more productive on crystal meth. That's
All right,
funny.
all right.
You can say that on YouTube.
I know.
Hey, Tim, did you hear that Doug Emhoff spoke in San Antonio yesterday?
I was so hoping Chris he would bring his brother Jack with him.
Yes, that would have been nice. Thank you very much. And it's just for the YouTube
Yeah,
audience.
just for the YouTubers. Yeah, I saw that, Rooster, when we were sitting there. I told Cindy we need to go over and grab a milkshake. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
You see that?
yeah, that's not gonna.
That's not going to be good.
Is there any way? Let me check something.
No, there's no way, dude.
You sure?
Yeah, here we go. Stand by.
Welcome into this beautiful day, Tuesday, September 24th, 2024. 7 days until the vice presidential debate, 30 days until OpelkaCon, 37 days until Halloween, 42 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? 65 days to Thanksgiving and 92 days until Christmas.
Wow.
He is back. You know him, you love him, you can't get enough of him. Mr. T, Tim Merriman.
Glad to be back on this Longhorn Tuesday.
And where were you, young man?
I was in Houston.
Houston.
Yeah, for a birthday party, 80-year-old birthday party. A couple, both of them turned 80, and there was a big birthday party on my wife's side of the family, and the party was great, but Houston, yuck.
I can live without driving
Yuck.
in Houston.
Now, were there 2 cakes or just one?
No, one giant one.
Okay.
It was
At
a
least
good party,
it was
though.
giant.
Yeah, it was a good party though. It was a damn
Don't be
good party.
skipping on the cake.
No, especially when you get a bunch of old folks there.
And
They want their
what
cake.
gift do you get an 80-year-old or 2 of them?
We gave them a gift card because you figure,
That's
hey,
smart.
it's the only way to go.
Very smart.
Yeah, it's the only way to
That
go.
was a good move.
Yeah.
Mhm.
If you'd gotten them Geritol or
Yes, you didn't want to
come on,
go
that's
there.
just
Didn't
wrong.
want to go there.
Just wrong.
But can I just say right now that Houston sucks? It's got to be the worst place to live, drive. I just have no fun there
Yeah.
other than the party. God, it was just horrible.
Traffic is horrendous.
Yes.
The humidity, even though it's humid
Oh, my
here
God.
this morning, the humidity is much worse than San Antonio.
And look, I drive, pretty fast, but there I feel like I'm a slowpoke.
Yeah.
On the highway if you're moving.
Right.
Yeah, because it's mainly a parking lot.
But when you are moving,
You got to move.
they drive like maniacs.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. All right. Well, we got a lot to cover. It is 6 weeks out, 42 days, 6 weeks from the 2024 election. We're your election 2024 headquarters. Let's get this party started with traffic and weather together.
Partly sunny today, highs in the mid 90s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a stray shower, a thunderstorm possible, highs in the mid 90s. And on Thursday, sunny skies, highs in the low 90s. 78 degrees in Leon Valley, 78 at the Pearl, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 512.
Peg by Steely Dan
Wow, I
on a
love
Yacht
it.
Rock Tuesday. For 35 years, I thought the lyric was, hey,
I know.
it will come back to you. Hey, it will. And I sang along in my radio for 35 years, and then I saw the title of the song is Peg. Like, Peg? Who's Peg?
One of these days, we'll have to do a talk back on misheard lyrics.
Yes. And the greatest ever is, excuse me while I kiss this guy.
Yeah.
by
Or
Jimi
there's
Hendrix.
a bathroom on the right.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard them all. Yeah.
Yeah. Charity,
Yeah.
what's your favorite? And I know that's
Sorry,
a curveball at 5:13 in the morning to get your brain working. But is there a misunderstood lyric that is among your favorite?
I'd have to think long and hard about that because I'm sure I screwed up a few. But
Oh,
nothing
yeah.
comes to mind immediately.
There's always the Elton John, Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza.
Yes.
Yeah, that was always a good one.
Every breath you take. Is it Every Breath You Take by the Police? Yeah.
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 There's a line in there where Sting says, I'm a pool hall ace. I'm a pool hall ace. What does playing pool have to do with every breath you take? I'm a pool hall ace. How my poor heart aches.
Or the Rolling Stones. Hey, you get off of McLeod.
Yeah,
Yeah, why are you on McLeod? First of all, I love Dennis
It was
Weaver.
a very popular. He rode
It
a
was.
horse, and the horse he rode in on, it was a very popular TV show in the 70s.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
Sorry. How did we get on that?
I don't know.
So, Charity, do you have Doug Emhoff fever? He was here, man.
Oh.
It's like Elvis coming to town. Doug Emhoff.
Yeah.
Woo!
Hottest ticket in
Party!
town. Yeah. Hottest ticket in town.
I missed it.
Yeah.
Same
Sorry.
here.
I was washing my hair.
But I saw some footage. Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, could become the first ever first gentleman of the United States of America. We'll see in 42 days or after the election dispute, which will probably go on until
Yeah.
February. But I saw they had a big crowd at San Antonio College for Doug Emhoff.
They probably would have had a bigger crowd if people knew a little bit more in advance where it would be. I mean, that was the biggest mystery about all of it.
Yeah.
It took a while for them to reveal the location.
True. During the show yesterday, day of the event, we're
Yeah.
looking at all these press releases, all this news coverage, and the location of the event has not yet been announced. Well, it's in 5 hours. You want to maybe announce where it's, so I don't know. Maybe they're just trying to keep the riffraff out.
That's
Yeah.
possibly what it was, Chris.
Well, I guess it's mission accomplished. He raised at least $1 million for Democratic candidates.
Wow.
So there is that.
Wow.
Okay. So there's that.
Pretty good night.
Did he eat a taco?
Yeah, of course he did.
Did
was
he
in
not
San
go
Antonio,
old Gerald
man.
Ford and eat a
Oh.
tamale with a husk on it?
Man.
That was a great moment.
I
Yeah,
don't
it
know
was.
what was on the menu. We'll have to check back.
All right. Well,
Fajitas,
I wasn't
San Antonio.
invited. I might have gone if I was invited. All right. Coming up, it is a Longhorn Tuesday in addition to a Yacht Rock Tuesday. If you're watching on YouTube, you see Mr. T wearing his Longhorn cap. And we got a big, important Longhorn question for you. And you could win Longhorn tickets. We'll tell you all about that coming up. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time, 5:16.
And we're back. Good morning, Kemper, Frankie, Echo, Tommy,
Miller.
Louie, Travis. He's
Tracy
back.
Bogert, welcome in.
Travis had upgraded at his company to Windows 11, and he had to figure out where everything is. And you
Well,
did it, though.
yeah.
You did it. That's the big thing. Sika, how are you? I think I said
Sika
everybody.
Pauls.
Trevin, hello. Echo. Very funny, Sam. Sam says, I just heard the city of Austin say, hold my beer when I was talking
Yeah.
about Houston traffic.
Yeah. Frankie, rock me Amadeus, hot potato, hot potato. There's a.
Oh, there we go.
misunderstanding. Yeah.
See, we could do this. This would be a fun one on a Friday.
Yes. And then maybe make Purple Haze the earworm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember the hot chocolate song, Sexy Thing?
Yeah.
I always thought it said, I believe in Malcolm. Like,
Wow.
well, who is Malcolm? And why do you believe in him?
Funny.
Yeah. I was a kid, you didn't know any better.
Funny. I could have sworn. I thought, hey, it will come back to you. Hey. No,
That's a good one.
I know.
That's a good one.
I don't know, but I was 35 years, and then I somehow learned. I'm a little late to the party.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Hey, by the way, Astros perfect magic numbers too. They
they
lost
lose
last
last-
night.
okay,
Yes,
'cause,
they
yeah.
did.
Hopefully, they win tonight.
Yeah, they only got 4 games left, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep. Then it's playoff time.
Playoffs?
Playoff. We're talking playoffs. Yeah.
Dirty Deeds, Thunder Chief. Echo.
My daughter used to sing it. Dirty Deeds and the Thunder Cheese.
Thunder Cheese. Yes.
And when we were at Spurs games, she always thought, she was little, man. She always thought they were saying depends instead of defense.
Defense. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
America is down to its last Kmart. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. God, they had like 2,300 Kmarts at one
They
time
were
or something like
huge at
that.
one- It's
Yeah.
so amazing that, brands that don't, Walmart makes it huge. Kmart goes away.
Yep.
MySpace
Yep.
was here before Facebook, but Facebook is it.
MySpace is huge.
Friendster.
Friendster.
I miss Friendster. And imagine if you were the creator of MySpace or Friendster, you're going, damn it.
I know.
If I had just a little more vision and
No,
luck.
actually, it's not. Sika, last Kmart is in, I think, Long Island. Is the last big one.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. There is one in Miami that's a small one. No more blue light specials, man.
Yes.
That's a boomer. That's a boomer.
The first Kmart opened in Garden City, Michigan in 1962.
Wow. That's 62 years ago, Chris.
Yes. Where were you in 62?
I was just a little twinkle in my dad's eye.
I was a 2-year-old in, I believe, Knob Noster, Missouri.
Knob Noster.
Whiteman Air Force Base, which
All
was
right,
a
stand by.
B-47 base at the time. Now it's a missile base.
Stand by.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together, and how you might win Longhorn tickets. Longhorns all sold out the rest of the season, but we got some tickets you can win. First, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden is preparing to address the United Nations General Assembly today with the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East expected to dominate sideline discussions. Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff made a campaign stop in San Antonio, and police suspect foul play as the body of a missing woman has been found in an East Side park. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Looks like we're going to get some cooler temperatures coming up later this week. We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 77 degrees. WOAI News Time, 522.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday, a Longhorn Tuesday. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew running our YouTube stream. Be sure to go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. Not only a way to look at the video and watch the show, but cool peeps like Kemper, Sikapolin, Echo, Louie. Who else do I see? Tim, Frankie, Tracy Bogart. They're all in there. And look at EJ. He is wearing his Southside t-shirt. Southside.
Finally, one I can get behind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for not wearing your San Francisco 49ers or your Lakers
Have you burned it yet?
t-shirt. Yes. We should have an EJ t-shirt burning every
Ooh,
Friday.
I like that.
Have him bring three
I
of his
like that.
t-shirts. We will burn them.
Yes.
Very, very nice.
We'll have the people vote on which one we should
Yes.
burn. I like it.
Now, we will not burn a burnt orange t-shirt because today's a Longhorn Tuesday. We give away Longhorn tickets every Longhorn Tuesday, and you have a question for the people.
Yes, we do, because this Saturday is the University of Texas Longhorns' very first SEC matchup against Mississippi State. So we want to know, our question today, what makes the perfect tailgate for you? The perfect tailgate party. What must you have? And the most creative will win a pair of tickets,
Yeah,
Chris.
we want to hear your tailgate party tips and what really makes that tailgate party outstanding. Beer, yes. Brisket, hot dogs.
Yeah.
Comfortable chairs, I think, are very important. You'll be there for a while.
Yes.
A Frisbee.
And if there's a lot of beer, I could use a nearby porta potty. I'm just saying.
Oh,
I'm a middle-aged man. I have
that's
needs.
important.
Yeah, I'm just saying. A little too much information there. Charity McCurdy, how do people let us know?
The free iHeartRadio app, you launch it, search 1200 WOAI, look for that red circle. That's the talkback button. Once you hit it, 30 seconds to let us know what makes the ultimate tailgate.
Okay, so we got beer from Mr. T.
Yes.
We've got comfortable chairs from Charity.
Mhm.
We've got a nearby facility from me.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah.
I like a Frisbee or a football, something to throw around.
Because you're getting ready to see
Yeah,
a game,
yeah.
a Frisbee or a football.
Or both.
I would agree with that.
Have we mentioned good food?
Good food. Yeah.
Well, you said brisket. That's part.
Yes.
of it.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
okay.
you must have more than just a brisket. I'm
Definitely.
saying.
What I like when somebody has a huge big screen TV. They get a generator, they get a big screen TV. So at the tailgate party, you can still watch college football game day pregame,
That is cool.
or unless there's another game already on.
Yeah, if you're the later
is
game, you
beautiful.
can watch. Yeah, you can watch football while you're getting ready to watch football. I love it.
Okay, you can win Longhorn tickets. We want to know what makes your ultimate tailgate party. We'll play those on the air. We will react. Lots more coming up. Charity with all the big stories you need to know about on this Yacht Rock Longhorn Tuesday at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 525.
And we're back.
Woo! Jacob C. Hernandez,
Oh,
Kemper, Tim, Tommy, Louie, Sickapolin, Frankie,
Echo.
Echo, Tracy Bogert, Undercover. That'll be his reality show. Tracy Bogert, Undercover.
M1A1 Abraham.
He
Good
was
morning.
driven out of the YouTube chat, but he's back. They
And
just
better
don't.
than ever. Good morning, Bob.
They just don't know who he is. Tracy Bogert, Undercover.
Ooh.
M1A1, welcome in. Ah. Look at this.
I know. What the hell? No, it's a detective running across Texas. Why didn't he just drive?
Overnight, Israel strikes Hezbollah terror targets, also known as Monday night.
Yeah.
Thanks for dressing up,
Yeah.
Nate. Hey, Nate, where are the Thompson brothers? Sorry.
What's in Rob's pocket?
Yeah. And who's the guy who worked with Vex? And it was actually his idea to do the Vex and Walter, Allen Iverson.
Jeff Sheen.
Was
No.
The
It was
guy is the producer. He was
yeah.
like
What the hell was his name?
he was the running partner of
Oh God.
Nate Lundy.
What the hell was his
Betty,
name?
welcome in.
What the hell was his name?
But my understanding was it was really his idea. He was like
Yes.
the producer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thought it was great. Hang on, guys. We'll be right back.
Connie, good morning.
Good morning, Connie, Betty, Bob, Sika, everyone. How are we? Hey, MacQuest, I got that fixed for you. Thanks for letting us know, because we're talking to you, so we don't hear it. And nobody over there is listening to it. So I just let them
5:30
know
is
it
our
didn't
time.
record.
San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, U.S. troops
I like it,
being
Bob.
deployed to the Middle East
That's a good
amid
tailgate.
escalating violence, and the presidential campaign comes to San Antonio. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 78 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, participated in a Get Out the Vote rally in San Antonio, where he reportedly helped raise $1 million for Democratic candidates.
Are we going to send Colin Allred to the United States Senate? And are we going to send my wife, Kamala Harris, to the White House?
Emhoff will be in Austin today and will conclude his Texas campaign trip tomorrow with an appearance in Houston. Republicans say Emhoff is wasting his time by campaigning in Texas. Former President Trump held a campaign rally in Indiana, Pennsylvania, criticizing VP Harris's interview on Oprah.
Oprah would ask just a simple question and you get this crazy answer, or you don't get any answer. Just, this is not a president. We had 4 years of this. We're not going to have 4 more years. We won't survive it.
Trump won Indiana County twice. He also won Pennsylvania in 2016, but lost it in 2020 and is currently in a deadlock with Harris for the state. A federal jury in Texas has cleared 5 out of 6 supporters of Trump who used their cars and trucks to surround a Biden-Harris campaign bus just days before the 2020 election. Chris Fox reports.
The 2-week civil trial in an Austin federal courthouse centered on whether the actions of the 6 Trump train participants amounted to political intimidation. 5 were cleared. Among those on board the Biden-Harris bus, former Democratic lawmaker Wendy Davis, who testified she feared for her life while a convoy of Trump supporters boxed in the bus. In 2020, then President Trump did comment about the incident.
They were protecting his bus yesterday. They had hundreds of cars. Trump and the American flag.
The jury did award $10,000 to the bus driver. In Austin, Chris Fox, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The Department of Justice says the man suspected of an assassination attempt on Trump in Florida wrote letters about his plan and stalked Trump. In a new court filing, prosecutors say Ryan Ruth dropped off a box at a witness's home months before the assassination attempt. The witness only opened the box after the alleged assassination attempt and found ammunition, a metal pipe, 4 phones, and letters inside. One of the letters was reportedly addressed to the world and said, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I failed you." Sirens sound off in northern Israel as they continue to exchange fire with Lebanon today. Fox's Nate Boy is on the ground in Tel Aviv with the latest.
According to the IDF, Hezbollah has fired an additional 55 rockets. This happens as Israel has launched another round of airstrikes after the deadliest day in Lebanon since the Second Lebanon War back in 2006. The fire continued both ways. Israel targeted several Hezbollah sites after hitting 1,300 of them. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said Israel destroyed the infrastructure that Hezbollah spent 20 years building. The human cost was severe. Israel did put out messages telling citizens to get out of harm's way, but many could not. At least 492 people were killed, including 35 children and 58 women.
Meanwhile, the U.S. announced that it will send additional troops to the Middle East as fears grows around a wider conflict happening in the region. A man convicted of killing his infant son is scheduled to be executed in Huntsville tonight. Travis Mullis was convicted of the 2008 capital murder of his 3-month-old son, Elijah, whose body was found dumped in Galveston. After driving for 3 days, Mullis entered a police station in Philadelphia and said he believed he was wanted for a murder in Texas. Mullis is now 38 years old. It will be the 4th Texas execution so far this year. A Venezuelan street gang called Tren de Aragua is coming across the border into Texas, but they're not staying here. San Antonio's Congressman Tony Gonzalez says their members have moved to Chicago and New York City, where they're involved in a drug dealing and human trafficking operation.
TDA is as bad as they get. Everything they touch does not go well. It turns to ash.
In Chicago, there are reports of gang members clashing with local drug dealers trying to gain control of the drug trade. And in New York, police say the gang is behind a string of thefts in high-end retail stores. Well, the Spurs won San Antonio taxpayers to help build a new stadium. A new poll suggests they have a lot of work to do. Michael Board has more.
New polling done by UTSA asked voters how they felt about the Spurs' proposed move downtown. Only 1 in 3 supported it.
I think the opposition is really coming from people concerned about financing, how it's going to be paid for.
Brian Gervais, who ran the polling, says voters also had concerns about impact to traffic downtown. This same poll out this week also asked about the construction of a new minor league baseball stadium downtown. That had significantly more support. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The Gulf Coast is making preparations for what will likely be the season's latest hurricane. The disturbance is churning near the Cayman Islands and is forecast to become Tropical Storm Helene. It could turn into a Category 2 hurricane with 110-mile-per-hour winds by the time it makes landfall. That could happen Thursday, and forecasters say the west coast of Florida will feel the greatest impact. Currently, it appears Helene could make landfall anywhere between Destin, Florida to Tampa. It is 5:37. Now with breaking crime news from around the country, here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
It is a Yacht Rock Tuesday. It's a Longhorn Tuesday. Hit that talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Let us know what makes the perfect tailgate party for you. And you could be tailgating and in Austin because somebody's going to win Longhorn tickets today on Longhorn Tuesday. Coming up, flashback. We'll go back in time before the half hour ends. We'll play your talkbacks as well. New revelations in the case of the attempted assassin at Donald Trump's West Palm Beach golf course earlier this week. We learned that Ryan Wesley Routh had left a box with a friend several months before the assassination attempt. It contained ammunition, a metal pipe, miscellaneous building materials, tools, 4 phones, and various letters, including a note that was addressed to the world that said, quote, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I failed you. I tried my best and gave it all the gumption I could muster. It is up to you now to finish the job, and I will offer $150,000 to whomever can complete the job," end quote. We knew this guy was a whack nut, Charity. Now we know he's even more of a whack nut.
Yeah, and I'm confused why he decided on this particular home to drop off this box. That's the part that's kind of fuzzy to me. As far as we know, no one else is involved in an attempted assassination on the former president. But it's just scary all the way around. I mean, he was clearly hell-bent on carrying out an assassination on the former president. I mean, he was clocked at going different locations over the course of multiple days. In the month before he was arrested, he was apparently Googling how to travel from Florida to Mexico on one of his many phones. Again, I just kudos to the Secret Service who spotted him on that 6th hole. And the former president was at the 5th hole preparing to go to the 6th hole on that golf course the day he almost was killed.
Yeah, and one thing I'm fuzzy about is he dropped this off several months before the attempted assassination, but yet he knew that he failed.
That is interesting.
That's very interesting. Does he have the lottery numbers by any chance? Because I'm just saying. And okay, let's ask another question here. If you came to me and dropped a box off with me and said, "Don't open this," and till a later date, and I'll let you know when. As soon as you leave, I'm looking inside it to make sure that there's nothing in there that could hurt me.
Especially if you know your friend is a whack nut.
Well, now I didn't want to say that out loud, right, Chris, but if you leave it with me, I'm looking.
Now, I have no friends as much of a scumbag and a homicidal maniac as Ryan Wesley Routh, but we all have friends who are just a little bit off.
Oh, yeah.
And especially if that friend who is just a little bit off leaves you a box and tells you not to open it. Yeah, I mean, if you and you know this guy, I mean, you look at this guy's history, Charity, for the safety of you and your family, you may want to open it.
I would probably open that box. And if I was a little concerned about this quote unquote friend, I might run it through some kind of scanner or metal detector just to make sure that there's not anything inside that could potentially harm me or others. But yeah, if someone drops off a box at my home, and considering all the materials that were inside, I'm thinking that was a pretty big box.
Yeah.
I would want to know what's inside.
I would say, no, here, you keep it. Yeah. I don't want any part of this.
If we're friends and if you really want to store this at my house, let's open it together right now and show me what's in it.
Yeah, that's a way to do it right there.
My goodness. All right. We will continue to bring you the latest on this story, and we continue to learn more things about this shooter, the would-be shooter, Ryan Wesley Routh. Coming up, we'll go back in time. We'll play flashback. We'll try to figure out what year we land in, and we'll hear from you on the greatest tailgate items ever. What makes a great tailgate? Talk to us on the Talkback feature. WOAI News Time, 5:45.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Which one of us is a little off?
Luckily, we're both a little off. So that works out well.
Yeah, I just don't understand how we could predict that he was going to fail. It's just shocking to me.
Maybe that was in case he failed. I don't know. I still don't get it.
Yeah, just wow. Now, if
And how are
somebody,
you going to pay the $150,000?
question I had for you right there, how's he going to get access to the money while he's in prison? Because he's got no bail right now. They're not going to let him out. And I still got zero, dude.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I lied.
Here they come.
Oh. Steven from Lytle, but he's not trying to win tickets.
Yeah, and like somebody's going to go, okay, I'll finish the job for $150,000.
Oh, you know there's some
Thank you
wingnut
for
out
that.
there, yeah.
Yeah.
But you might want to check your sources and find out how's this guy going to get you the money. Maybe maybe his buddy that he dropped the box off.
And maybe it's crypto.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, who knows?
You can have access to it in prison and send it to you. All right. Well, since we only got one, you want to do the jogger story?
Yeah. Now, I'm assuming that's at the Express News. Where do we have that?
I'm going to look for it right now, Chris. I'm giggling.
Doug Emhoff. Look at that. Come on. God, I hate the Express News gives me a pop-up ad. I try to X
know.
out of it, and it takes me to the Davis Law Firm. No. Okay, it's not on the top half of the site. Top stories. Body found. Okay. Well, see, this says could be missing woman. And reported.
San Antonio's Greenway Trail. Believed to be this woman, Stacy Dragama. Okay, so she went on a walk on Sunday. They found her body on Monday. I would check the husband.
Yep, suspect number one. It is time to go back in time, but what year will we land in? Let's find out. Let's play flashback. Woo!
Ah. Wow.
If you see Tommy Lee Jones at a local restaurant, do not make eye contact.
Or get loud around
Or get
him.
loud.
Yeah.
Or certainly don't ask for an autograph. Charity McCurdy, 1993, 94, or 95.
That's feeling like 93.
I have no idea, so let's go with Charity's 93.
Charity's usually right.
Yes.
Let's go 1993. What year is it?
Yeah.
Charity McCurdy, everybody.
Thank you.
Somewhere Tommy Lee Jones would be proud and would be so gregarious and congratulate you, Charity, and invite you to a sushi dinner somewhere, perhaps.
I would respectfully decline. I'd be afraid. No, thank you, Tommy.
Nobody declines Tommy Lee Jones's dinner date at a sushi restaurant, I would think. Charity, what else are you working on?
As the U.S. is sending additional forces to the Middle East, President Biden is set to address the United Nations General Assembly today. Texas will carry out its fourth execution of the year this evening, and a woman who is at the center of a clear alert has been found dead at an East Side park. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Partly sunny today, highs in the mid 90s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a stray shower, a thunderstorm, possible highs in the low 90s. Thursday, sunshine and highs in the low 90s. 78 degrees in Alamo Heights, 78 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:53.
Todd Rundgren on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Saw him in Austin with Daryl Hall. A couple of years ago, he came to San Antonio with Daryl Hall as well to the Majestic Theater not that long ago. It's not only a Yacht Rock Tuesday, it is a Longhorn Tuesday. And Mr. T, we're asking the people if they want to win Longhorn tickets, what makes the ultimate tailgate party? Before we hear from the people, Charity McCurdy, how would people let us know what they need for the ultimate tailgate party?
The free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI for the red circle. That's the talkback button. 30 seconds to sound off.
And it would sound something like this.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lytle, and man, I am off my game today. So as soon as y'all announced the topic, I was looking up tailgating jokes. They were all lame. Then I looked up the tailgating on the road, and I didn't find that. Plus, that didn't fit. But everybody barbecues at our grills at the tailgate, so I thought, well, I found one decent one. I grilled that chicken for 2 hours, and it still wouldn't tell me why it crossed the road. I don't know. I feel like I failed y'all today. I have a good day.
You did not fail us. That was very, very good.
Yes.
Our
All right.
favorite teacher, Stephen from Lytle.
And here we have one that's in the running.
Good morning. This is Eva from San Antonio. What makes for the best tailgate? That would be sunglasses, sunscreen, my ball cap, a small grill, good neighbors to my right, to my left, a sighting of the best Longhorn, that'd be Matthew McConaughey. But most importantly, my daughter, who's a junior, by my side. Texas fight.
Right on.
That was great.
Right on.
She listed all the items, including a Matthew McConaughey sighting. I like the Eva. I like that one. That one's going to be hard to beat, Charity.
That's in the running.
That's a good one. It's going to pretty much top the list until we get some more submissions.
Very cool. Get them in here. We will play them on the air. We will react. And before the show is over, we will give away Longhorn tickets. But Eva's going to be tough to beat. So the bar is set. Now, Charity, you've been reporting this morning about a very troubling story in our community. The body of a woman was found along the Salado Creek Greenway Trail on the east side Monday night. A man reported his wife missing around 11 o'clock on Sunday night because she apparently did not return home. His wife was 63-year-old Stacy Dramiga, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. What do we know about this story?
Well, she was the subject of a clear alert yesterday after she went missing, and she apparently went for a walk by herself, and her body was found in a wooded area of the park about 30 yards from a trail. Her car was about 2 miles away from where her body was found. And at this point, investigators do suspect foul play. They're looking right now for a female witness who might have encountered Jermiga, maybe just saw her on the trailhead and said hello, and they just kind of passed. So they're hoping they can get maybe more information from this unidentified woman who was not considered to be involved in her disappearance. But right now it is looking like a murder at a San Antonio park.
Man, that is just so sad. Charity, you're a woman. Do you go for walks by yourself?
Never, ever, ever, ever. No.
Yeah, I've told my daughters over and over again, you can go out for a jog or a walk. Take somebody with you. Always.
And yet that is so sad. I've back when I was running, my body wouldn't allow me to run like I used to. But I've run like some road races along the Salado Creek Greenway Trail. It's a beautiful place to run and exercise, and to know that we now have to be vigilant, especially women, because there could be a murderer out there. It's horrible. It's horrible. We have to live that way.
And it's not the first murder to take place at a San Antonio park. The one that stands out in my mind is back in 2013, New Year's Eve. Lauren Bump, 24 years old, goes for a jog. She was stabbed more than 20 times.
Oh, God.
Man.
Yeah.
Man.
So I guess that's news we can use, especially if you're a woman. A policy that Charity adheres to. Mr. T, you taught your daughters. Sadly,
it's sad that we got to think like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrible. All right. Well, we'll continue to report on that story if there are any new developments as well throughout the morning and in the coming days. Charity does have all the big stories you need to know about. Big 6 o'clock hour coming up. Charlie Parker and White House correspondent John Decker among the people joining us. WOAI News Time 5:58.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Want to stick with Helene?
Yes.
Okay. It's number 2 on CNN, so.
Yeah.
Well, so far, Eva's won a pair of tickets.
Hopefully hearing her, that will generate.
I was hoping too, but so far, no. Wow. I thought this would be easy, but maybe we have to come up with something else. Although it's a contest.
I still think it's coming.
Well, it's a contest. I don't think we can change it.
Is that a hurricane yet?
No.
Okay.
So it may intensify. It should be one soon.
And it will be Helene?
Yes.
Let's see.
Oh, by the way, John Decker.
Yeah.
Is at this event today. There we go. Today at 11:30 to 1:30, he's speaking at the Lansing Regional Chamber Economic Club.
Six o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the second gentleman campaigns in San Antonio, and U.S. troops are being deployed to the Middle East.
I have this tomorrow, so I will be chatting with you Tuesday from Lansing,
and
Michigan.
weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 78 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, participated in a Get Out the Vote rally in San Antonio where he took a dig at the former president.
Trump still can't get over losing 2020, can he? He's still lying about the 2020 election. He lost and he can't get over it. He still can't get over it.
Emhoff will be in Austin today and will conclude his Texas campaign trip tomorrow with an appearance in Houston. Republicans are looking to take back control of the Senate in November, but Democratic candidates in several red states are fighting to keep that majority and possibly flip some seats. Texas Senator Ted Cruz is running to defend his seat and slammed his Democratic opponent, Colin Allred.
Colin Allred is a radical leftist, just like Kamala Harris. He's voted 100% with Nancy Pelosi his first 4 years in office.
Cruz currently has a 5-point lead over Allred, according to the latest Real Clear Politics polling average. The Department of Justice released new information about the man accused of trying to assassinate former President Trump at his West Palm Beach golf course. Fox's Jeff Paul has details.
According to the Justice Department, suspect Ryan Ruth left behind a note outright detailing his plans to kill former President Donald Trump. A DOJ filing says the note addressed Dear World was left in a box that was dropped off at a home of someone who hasn't been identified. They turned it in after Ruth was arrested. Now, according to prosecutors, Ruth wrote that it was an assassination attempt on Trump, but, quote, I failed you. Prosecutors also say he offered $150,000 to whomever can, quote, complete the job. The filing also showed authorities who searched Ruth's car found a handwritten note listing dates and venues where Trump was scheduled to appear.
A judge denied Ruth bond after hearing from federal prosecutors and the defense. Israel continues airstrikes on Hezbollah positions in Lebanon, with thousands fleeing their homes. Fox's Jonathan Savage has more.
Monday was the deadliest day in nearly a year of hostilities between Israel and the Lebanon-based militant group Hezbollah. The Lebanese health ministry says 492 people were killed. Israel has urged those living near Hezbollah positions to get out while airstrikes take place, and thousands are trying to comply, with temporary shelters being set up in schools and community buildings. Overnight, dozens more targets were hit, taking out rocket launchers with fighter jets. Hezbollah, meanwhile, continuing to fire projectiles into Israel. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
And the U.S. is sending additional forces to the Middle East. Yesterday, the Pentagon said the move to send a small number of troops to the region is out of abundance of caution. There are already 40,000 U.S. troops stationed in the region. And President Biden is set to address the United Nations General Assembly today. The annual meeting in New York will give the outgoing president a chance to outline his foreign policy. Experts expect the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East to dominate sideline discussions. A missing San Antonio woman's body has been found off a Greenway Trail, and Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says there's foul play involved.
We're continuing to handle this as a homicide investigation.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says 24 hours after a clear alert was issued for 63-year-old Stacy Dramiga, who'd gone for her usual walk at DeFos Park on Sunday, a body matching her description was found 2 miles away in the woods at Covington Park.
We don't believe that she went off that trail voluntarily. We believe that she was either forced or taken off of the trail.
Salazar's office and San Antonio police are looking for anyone who may have seen Dramiga or has information about the case to come forward as the investigation continues. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI. Eric Lycum, TSN News.
The days of spending megabucks on massive sports stadiums may be over. New polling in San Antonio shows that only 1 in 3 voters want to build a new arena for the Spurs downtown.
We see at best tepid support for these new plans, not overwhelming support for the construction of new facilities.
UTSA's Brian Gervais says their polling found the biggest opposition would be the cost. Voters also have concerns about impact to traffic downtown. The same poll out this week also asked about the construction of a new minor league baseball stadium downtown, and that has significantly more support. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. It's also a Longhorn Tuesday, and we're giving away Longhorn tickets to see the first SEC game for the Texas Longhorns against Mississippi State. We're asking you, what makes a great tailgate party? We'll play your responses on the air, and we will give away the tickets to our favorite. Coming up at 6:48, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker with the latest from the campaign trail. He will be in Michigan today, which is viewed as a must-win state for both campaigns. And coming up, looks like we will have a major hurricane on our hands before too long. We'll talk about that in just a flash. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Partly sunny, partly cloudy today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Thursday, sunny skies, highs in the low 90s. 76 degrees in Floresville, Texas. 78 Monte Vista, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:10.
Gino Vanelli on a Yacht Rock Tuesday.
Great hair.
Chicks used to dig him. Great hair. A lot of that 70s chest hair going on. I know Gino Vanelli was before your time, Charity McCurdy, but have you ever seen what he looks like? And did you dig Gino Vanelli?
He was okay.
I dug him.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a guy. a good, clean, heterosexual admiration I had for him.
Yes. And I couldn't figure out, did he have more hair on his head or his chest? Because there was a lot of both.
He had a chia pet somewhere there on his chest. Maybe the chia pet was just clinging to his chest.
It's possible.
I think
was
so.
It Klingon?
Could have been. It is currently potential tropical cyclone 9 is what meteorologists are calling it. And it could develop into a major hurricane before making landfall in Florida next week. It could be a Category 3 when it hits land in the United States. The storm would be called Hurricane Helene if it indeed develops into a hurricane. And we're learning from AccuWeather, Charity, that it could be the strongest hurricane to strike the United States yet this season.
Yeah, we're hearing meteorologists say this could be the storm that the 2024 hurricane season is remembered for. So that's not a good designation. But again, the Gulf Coast only has only a few days to prepare. Those communities along the central and eastern Gulf Coast. Everyone along the Florida Panhandle, Big Bend region is going to be preparing for these potential impacts. You're going to have a very quick moving storm that can bring potentially life-threatening storm surge, flooding, rainfall, destructive winds as well. It is expected to strengthen into a hurricane by tomorrow, packing 115 mile per hour winds before making landfall. And it's expected to pretty much linger in that area and cause some serious damage. And Governor Ron DeSantis has issued a state of emergency for 41 of Florida's 67 counties as a result.
So Helene, which would be the fourth hurricane to make landfall in the U.S. this year and the fifth hurricane to slam Florida since 2022. Not good for the state of Florida. If it's going to be as catastrophic as they say it's going to be, this is not good.
Yeah, Florida has really been impacted by hurricanes and tropical storms over the last several years. And we talk about it all the time that, hurricane season runs into November and we got just a little under a week left in the month of September. So there's still a lot of time. Obviously, all eyes on what should develop into Hurricane Helene right now. But there still could be a number of them still that create problems.
And with Helene, I mean, its impacts are going to extend well away from the center, especially on the east side. So a lot of these communities and farther inland than you expect could be severely impacted. This could be the monster.
Yeah, this could be the monster that everybody's been fearing. And it's, they predicted a stronger or a bigger than normal hurricane season this year. And this is the fourth named hurricane to hit the U.S. this season.
Yeah, very, very, very troubling. And of course, the biggest impact and the fear, you mentioned the term monster, both of you, the fear for loss of life is certainly there. But then you have kind of a residual effect that affects everybody else across the country. Air travel winds up being, they're going to pretty much have to shut down air travel in many cities, certainly in Florida, that could be affected by this hurricane. And then that has a cascading effect.
Yes.
If you're planning to travel anytime that this hurricane is creating its problems, that could be even if you're going nowhere near Florida. If you're traveling to Chicago or New York, if there's air travel issues, that could affect you as well.
Yeah, something to keep your eye on for sure.
All right, and we will continue to keep an eye on what could become tropical storm and then Hurricane Helene. We've got the weather resources, amazing weather resources here, not only throughout this show, but throughout the day here on 1200 WOAI. Coming up, we're going to hear about what makes a great tailgate party, and what used to be one of the biggest stores in America is now down to just one of them left in America. We'll talk about that coming up as well. Get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time, 6:16. Steve DeRocco, The Rock, is here. Good morning, Rocket Man. Echo says, where the F is our rain. Echo, Tommy, Tim, The Rock, Rooster, Bob Beavers. We got a Rock, a Rooster, and a Beavers.
Wow.
A Rock, a Rooster, and Beavers.
Walk into a bar.
No.
Well, this guy has a pretty good one, but he says having Charity, Chris, and Charlie attend, greeting people as they come in. Well, I'm not voting for him.
Excuse me. Yeah. Who said that? Or was that a
Gary Lewis, by the way?
Gary, you lost a vote.
Yeah,
Gary Lewis and the Playboys.
Yeah. That's all right. What up, Rock?
THE Rock. Rock drank over the weekend. This
Right
just
on.
in.
I knew I could count on you, brother.
He was at a Twin Peaks. And he had a
yeah.
22-ounce,
28
degree beer.
And the views are awesome.
I heard there are scenic views.
Scenic views.
At a Twin Peaks.
Yes. That's what we call it. Scenic.
Scenic. That's what the kids tell me anyway. That's what The Rock tells me.
Yeah. You know, the last time, I think it might have been the only time I've ever been in a Twin Peaks was with Jay Howard.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jay Howard in a Twin Peaks.
I met him there, yeah.
Yeah.
The one on Days of Olive.
Did he have a 28-degree beer?
No, he did not.
He did not.
He had a glass
He's more
of
a
wine.
martini. A
glass of wine. Yes.
Perhaps
At a sports
Merlot.
bar. At a
Yes.
sports bar.
Oh,
I gave him
Merlot.
hell for that the entire time, man. Gee, I said, you know what you should get is the bottle and wrap it in a paper bag and sit here and drink it. That would make you fit in better.
Any plans for Mr. Jay Howard and you to fill in for Andy Everett anytime soon?
Friday.
This Friday?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Wow.
I'm out of here right after the show on Friday because I got to be back here to do the Andy Everett show with Jay Howard on Friday.
Breaking news, everybody. Friday.
Yes, Friday.
Jay Howard, the great Jay Howard, the great Mr. T, in for Andy Everett. Always lively.
4 to 7. Ticket $7.60.
4 to 7.
Yeah, Andy sent us a new clock Friday. I was okay. and then texted us both yesterday, are you guys still in for this? What are we going to say? No, now that we've already said we do it?
Now, how much will you be including Michael Bartlett into the conversation? Okay.
Not a lot.
You know, he and Andy built that
Yeah. I
city
know.
on rock and roll.
And we're going to come in and try not to ruin it.
Yes.
That's always our goal, is to
Yes.
try not to ruin the Andy Everett show.
I know. It's I hope you talk a lot of golf and
See,
a
that
lot of
won't be
UTSA
happening.
athletics.
Probably a lot of UT and Cowboys talk.
Okay.
Maybe a little Spurs, but I doubt it's too early.
Yeah.
Cowboys is going to probably be the main topic because they suck right now.
Oh my God, they suck. And they're gonna. There's no.
Their schedule.
There's no hope.
Their schedule.
Yeah.
They are not getting a break at all.
And they may lose to the Giants because they're traveling on a
Thank
short
you.
week.
And the Giants need a win, just like Baltimore needed a
How
win.
many talkbacks you got?
2.
Okay.
You want to play those or wait till 50?
Oh, I forgot. So
Let's wait till 50. Just pimp
Okay.
it again. Wait till 50. Let's do Kmart.
okay, gotcha.
3. No, okay, good.
All right, we'll do this at 50.
Okay. Okay. All right, they're coming in slowly but surely. Quit calling me Shirley. Only murders in the building. Chris, stand by.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. It is a store you have heard of. It was a major store in America for decades, been around over 60 years, and we are coming down to one of them left in the country. We'll tell you what it is. We'll talk about it coming up. But first, Charity, what stories are you tracking?
Doug Emhoff made a campaign stop in San Antonio as he looks to drum up support for his wife's presidential campaign. An Austin jury has cleared all but one defendant in the Trump train trial, and the U.S. is sending troops to the Middle East as Israel and Hezbollah trade airstrikes. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Partly sunny today, highs in the mid 90s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Thursday, sunshine, highs in the low 90s. It is 78 degrees at the Pearl, 77 in Castroville, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WLBI News Time, 622.
Glenn Miller's band has gone away and something else is going away. San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. It's also a Longhorn Tuesday. A little bit later this hour, we'll hear your talkbacks on what makes a great tailgate party. We're going to pick a winner, give them Longhorn tickets before the morning is over. Well, you've heard of it. It was an American tradition. The first one opened in Garden City, Michigan in 1962. By the early 90s, there were over 2,300 of these stores across the country, but they went bankrupt in 2002. They merged with Sears and then went bankrupt again in 2018. The last full-size store is currently in Bridgehampton, New York on Long Island. It will close its doors on October 20th, leaving a mini store by this name in the Miami area. So it will be the last store of its name. Mr. T, what store are we talking about?
It's a name brand, and it's a baby. It's a good day to be at Kmart. Kmart, we've got it, and we've got it good. At Kmart, we've got it.
Kmart. Charity, are you sad? Kmart was a big deal. Before Walmart owned the world, it's like Handy Andy was a big deal before HEB took over the state of Texas.
Yeah, why not throw Piggly Wiggly in there?
Oh, man.
I used to love Piggly Wiggly.
Me too.
Get my S&H green stamps. Come on.
And it's like, didn't Big Lots file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy recently? I mean, all these stores are going by the wayside. And what do you blame? Just too much competition? I blame Amazon as probably the main offender for these smaller time retailers. But it's sad, it's a part of our childhood. I can't remember going and shopping at Kmart. I'm sure I've been there though. It's kind of like a Big Lots, right? They have a little bit of everything.
Look, I lived for the blue light specials. When they'd hit that blue light and they tell you right now the blue light special is, and you'd run to that blue light, knocking people out of the way.
Hanes underwear.
Yes.
Everybody would
a 10-pack for $2.
Not red light, blue light.
No, blue light specials.
Okay,
yes.
got it.
Yeah, red light specials.
Yeah, I mean,
at a different location. Right. See, I had something much more lewd. Than
yes, you did. And I was trying to get us away from that.
Yeah. But it's almost like Kmart could have been Walmart had they thought it through and expanded. I always think of, like MySpace and Friendster. They must be, we could have been Facebook. What went wrong? Same dynamic at work with Kmart. All right, coming up, Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know in the world. At the bottom of the hour on this Tuesday, 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker on the campaign trail in Michigan will get the latest 6 weeks out from the election. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48, WOAI News Time 6:26. And the answer is
and
no,
we're
you
back.
won't. We're doing our thing, man.
Yeah.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
All righty.
Hey, everybody.
I thought Charity was going to say she'd never been in a Kmart.
I thought that was coming.
I could have swore that's what she was going to say.
She's a shopping elitist.
Yeah. She's a discount store
elitist. A discount store elitist. Are you a discount store elitist?
I have not stepping foot in a Kmart on this Yacht Rock Tuesday.
I love that guy. That voice on Yacht Rock Radio.
I was listening to him yesterday. I was out running around.
Yeah. My favorite was, it's soft rock. Yeah. He goes, Ride Like the Wind by Christopher Cross is about as intense as it gets in here.
Oh, by the way, I read a story when I was in Houston. Sean Lennon taking on Donald Trump on his hatred for Taylor Swift. He said, quote unquote, I'm not a fan of her music, but what she's doing is reminiscent of what my father did when they came over from Britain. And this old man is saying that he hates her. How can you hate somebody that you don't know? Basically.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he says, I'm not a big fan of her music. Which is fine.
And nice of Sean Ono Lennon to be honest that he's not into her music.
The fact that he compared her to the Fab Four coming over. I mean, she's got the hype.
That's it. That's and coming from the son of John Lennon.
Yeah,
that's high praise. Wow.
Yeah, I was going to send you the story and I forgot.
Wow. I'm the same way. It's like I can't name a Taylor Swift song.
I just know.
I don't think I've ever sat through one in its entirety.
I have never heard a song. I've never heard a song.
Played
in its
one
entirety.
as bumper like twice.
That's it. Now my wife watched that concert on Disney Plus.
Okay.
I got through the very beginning of it and turned around and said, all right, I'm done.
It's not my thing. But I totally get that she's a phenomenon.
Oh, yeah. Well, nice to know, Sicko. That's something I did not know. Kresge's.
I remember Kresge's.
So do I. I didn't realize that was a... Yeah.
Trevin,
No way.
dude, you just lost all credibility
Yeah,
for
exactly.
all time.
Exactly.
If you're saying Taylor Swift is better than the Beatles, that all credibility for all time.
Wow. Wow. I don't have anything to say. Just wow.
Trevin, don't make us reveal your true identity.
Yeah, Trevin.
I don't think bigger.
No, I don't
I
either.
think if you look at audience size,
Okay, let me know in 60 years.
yeah, let me know in 60 years. And if you compare impact and audience size from like 1964 to 1970, it's a completely different world. Obviously, record sales now
Are a lot. Well, there's more people.
right.
So, all right, here comes Charity McCurdy, everybody.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, U.S. troops are being deployed to the Middle East amid escalating violence, and the presidential campaign makes a stop in San Antonio. We'll have details for traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 78 degrees. The husband of Vice President Kamala Harris is campaigning and fundraising in Texas.
Second gentleman Doug Inhofe appeared at a Get Out the Vote rally in San Antonio and raised around $500,000 for Democrat candidates. Inhofe took some pot shots at Republican nominee former President Donald Trump.
He's still lying about the 2020 election. He lost and he can't get over it. He still can't get over it.
He labeled the former president a coward for refusing a second debate with his wife prior to the November election. The VP's husband will make appearances in Austin and Houston prior to returning to Washington, D.C., but Republicans say he's wasting his time in Texas. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Meantime, former President Trump held a campaign rally in Indiana, Pennsylvania, criticizing Harris's interview on Oprah.
Oprah would ask just a simple question and you get this crazy answer, or you don't get any answer. Just, this is not a president. We had 4 years of this. We're not going to have 4 more years. We won't survive it.
Trump won Indiana County twice. He also won Pennsylvania in 2016, but lost it in 2020 and is currently in a deadlock with Harris for the state. A federal jury in Texas has cleared 5 out of 6 supporters of Trump who used their cars and trucks to surround a Biden-Harris campaign bus just days before the 2020 election. Chris Fox reports.
The 2-week civil trial in an Austin federal courthouse centered on whether the actions of the 6 Trump train participants amounted to political intimidation. 5 were cleared. Among those on board the Biden-Harris bus, former Democratic lawmaker Wendy Davis, who testified she feared for her life while a convoy of Trump supporters boxed in the bus. In 2020, then President Trump did comment about the incident.
They were protecting his bus yesterday. They had hundreds of cars. Trump and the American flag.
The jury did award $10,000 to the bus driver. In Austin, Chris Fox, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The DOJ says a man suspected of an assassination attempt on Trump in Florida wrote letters about his plan and stalked the former president. In a new court filing, prosecutors say Ryan Ruth dropped off a box at a witness's home months before the assassination attempt. The witness only opened the box after the alleged assassination attempt and found ammunition, a metal pipe, 4 phones, and letters inside. One of the letters was reportedly addressed to the world and said, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I failed you." Sirens have sounded off in northern Israel as they continue to exchange fire with Lebanon. Fox's Nate Boy has the latest on the ground in Tel Aviv.
According to the IDF, Hezbollah has fired an additional 55 rockets. This happens as Israel has launched another round of airstrikes after the deadliest day in Lebanon since the Second Lebanon War back in 2006. The fire continued both ways. Israel targeted several Hezbollah sites after hitting 1,300 of them. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said Israel destroyed the infrastructure that Hezbollah spent 20 years building. The human cost was severe. Israel did put out messages telling citizens to get out of harm's way, but many could not. At least 492 people were killed, including 35 children and 58 women.
Meanwhile, the U.S. announced that it'll send additional troops to the Middle East as fears grow around a wider conflict happening in the region. A man convicted of killing his infant son is scheduled to be executed tonight in Huntsville. Travis Mullis was convicted of the 2008 capital murder of his 3-month-old son, Elijah, whose body was found dumped in Galveston. After driving for 3 days, Mullis entered a police station in Philadelphia and said he believed he was wanted for a murder in Texas. Mullis is now 38 years old. It'll be the 4th Texas execution in Texas so far this year. A Venezuela street gang called Tren de Aragua is coming across the border into Texas, but they're not staying here. San Antonio Congressman Tony Gonzalez says their members have moved to Chicago and New York City, but where they're involved in drug dealing and human trafficking.
TDA is as bad as they get. Everything they touch does not go well. It turns to ash.
In Chicago, there are reports of gang members clashing with local drug dealers trying to gain control of drug trade. And in New York, police say the gang is behind a string of thefts in high-end retail stores. Although the Spurs won San Antonio taxpayers to help build a new stadium, a new poll suggests they have a lot of work to do. Michael Board has more.
New polling done by UTSA asked voters how they felt about the Spurs' proposed move downtown. Only 1 in 3 supported it.
I think the opposition is really coming from people concerned about financing, how it's going to be paid for.
Brian Gervais, who ran the polling, says voters also had concerns about impact to traffic downtown. This same poll out this week also asked about the construction of a new minor league baseball stadium downtown. That had significantly more support. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The Gulf Coast is making preparations for what will likely become the season's latest hurricane. The disturbance is churning near the Cayman Islands and is forecast to become Tropical Storm Helene today. Helene could turn into a Category 3 hurricane with 115-mile-per-hour winds by the time it makes landfall Thursday. Forecasters say the west coast of Florida will feel the greatest impact. Currently, it appears Helene can make landfall anywhere between Destin, Florida to Tampa. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money and the world of business, Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday, on a Longhorn Tuesday. Charlie Parker coming up at 6:48 with Those Were the Days. But one of our go-to guys on Decision 2024 is White House correspondent and attorney John Decker on the campaign trail in Michigan today. John, 6 weeks from today, election 2024, and Michigan's a big, big state in this equation. Talk to us about what's happening on the ground in Michigan.
Well, absolutely. It is such an important state. 15 electoral college votes. A reminder, Donald Trump won this state in 2016, beating Hillary Clinton. And it was Joe Biden that won this state pretty handily by 140,000 votes in 2020. Polls indicate it is a close race once again. There's a new poll that's actually out this morning. It's from USA Today. They do a poll in conjunction with Suffolk University in Massachusetts, and it shows that Kamala Harris, the vice president, has a very narrow 3-point advantage over Donald Trump. About 4% of those polled still undecided. And the interesting unknown factor in Michigan is that 8 candidates, including Robert F. Kennedy Jr., will be on the ballot. So you have to ask the question, to what extent could those third-party candidates be spoilers in the presidential race in the state of Michigan?
And John, who are the key voter groups in Michigan, and what are the issues they are most concerned about?
Oh, it's always the economy. It's manufacturing. That's a big issue. You know, there's always been this concern about outsourcing jobs, exporting jobs. When you talk about Michigan, you can't help but think about the auto industry, how important it is. Donald Trump will be here in Michigan tomorrow. The vice president travels to Michigan early. And it's no surprise that when they come here to the state, they talk about these issues related to manufacturing, the economy, and the auto sector in particular.
And John, so what topics will you be talking about today at the Lansing Regional Chamber Economic Club?
Well, I speak to this group every few years. It's usually associated with an election, whether it's the midterms or a presidential election. And what I do, here we are 6 weeks out, as I go through the Electoral College map with this group. It's about 500 people that will show up for this event, and they're interested. You know, they want to get some insight to the extent that I can give that to them of where this race stands right now and what states really will decide this presidential election. We're 6 weeks away, but you do get a sense that certain states, even 6 weeks away, are trending to one side or another. And Michigan is one of those states, along with Wisconsin, that seems to be trending towards the vice president, whereas Arizona and Georgia seem to be trending towards former President Donald Trump.
So based on what you're telling us in particular about Michigan, John, I imagine we can expect both major candidates to be in Michigan over the next 6 weeks before this election.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, you know, one of the things that I do when I travel, especially to battleground states, I flip on my TV because all you see on local TV are the ads coming from both political campaigns. And there's also a competitive U.S. Senate race here. So you have that going on. That's making a lot of money, by the way, for local television stations, as you can imagine. But also you have those campaigns that are coming here quite often. I don't think I would say since August, I don't think a week has gone by without one of the presidential candidates or their running mates visiting the state of Michigan. That's how important the state is in this November election.
Certainly a state to keep an eye on. Our thanks to White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Charlie Parker coming right up with Those Were the Days. Then you're going to tell us what you need for the ultimate tailgate party. You might win Texas Longhorn tickets. WOAI News Time 644.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. All right, so I got three on the on the
beautiful
tailgate.
Cool.
Yeah, baby.
Trevin, we discussed it yesterday, man. We did a full segment.
On what?
On Mark Robinson, the North Carolina governor case. He's saying we don't discuss it. It's not true.
Okay.
There's no major developments in the last 24 hours. We discussed it yesterday because a number of his main staffers walked off the job. He lost a lot of his high-level staff. We talked about it. Since yesterday, no new news except for the fact that he's considering suing CNN. We talked about Trump's praise for him yesterday. I mentioned Trump called him Martin Luther King on steroids. Trump said you're actually better than Dr. Martin Luther King.
Wow. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. Oh.
Yeah, we also, you said that no one condemns him. We talked about the fact that he was disinvited from a North Carolina Trump rally.
Yeah, because of that.
Over the weekend. Yeah, I mean, if there's more developments, we'll talk about it. Other than that, you know, as far as, you know, a story, if there's not a development in it today, there's, you know, we don't go there. I did see, I go around the cable news channels as I'm driving in on Sirius XM. His opponent was on MSNBC last night talking about him. So his Democratic opponent, forgot his name right now.
Connie, that's a funny line. She said she used to go to Safeway in Virginia. When she first time she went to HEB, she thought the people were high because they were so friendly.
Yeah. What blows me away, how friendly the HEB people were during the pandemic.
Oh my God, they were
when they were
above and
overrun
beyond
for toilet paper, they were overrun
on everything
for water. And at the time, we were all in a panic about COVID.
Yeah.
And they were working every day with thousands and thousands of people coming through their restaurant thinking they were at risk.
They had a plan, man.
Yeah.
They had a plan that worked. They were awesome, dude.
Yeah.
They separated themselves from everybody else that whole time.
I agree.
They were good. And it brought about the curbside, which just changed the way people grocery shop. And now they're delivering.
Curbside and delivery and prescription delivery.
Thank you. I mean, they are definitely a great run company. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, my brother-in-law in Brownsville, who is retired from HEB now, but he worked there from high school up until about 4 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then retired.
Retired
So his whole adult employment life.
Except for his time in the military. He took a leave to go in the military, came back 4
Took a
years
leave
later.
from HEB.
Yeah, and came back to HEB and was a manager at 2 different stores down in Brownsville. You know, they kept building new ones, and he would go and work there as a manager, and then he retired. Now he's a private investigator.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can he find out who Tracy Bogart is?
Yeah, I'm sure he could.
Can he find out what happened to Tracy Bogart?
Mainly what he does is insurance
Tracy
fraud.
Bogart undercover.
Insurance fraud, mainly workman's comp.
Yeah.
He'll go out and, you know, watch people to make sure that they're really hurt.
Wow.
You know, and he catches a bunch of them, man. I mean, slip and falls are big business in Brownsville, Texas.
No kidding.
Yes. He does that in process serving. So he works part-time, basically.
Wow.
Way to go,
Tommy
Tommy.
Miller retired from HEB after 35 years.
Way to go,
Congratulations,
man.
Tommy. The whole culture, whatever they're doing
it right.
At HEB, yeah.
They're doing it right.
They're doing it right.
Excuse me, real quick.
Lucinda Sullivan, good morning. With the coffee emoji. Lucinda, a big fan of low. Okay, that's all I need.
Former President Trump will be in Savannah, Georgia today, while VP Kamala Harris's husband continues to campaign for her in Texas. What's expected to be Hurricane Helene is forecast to make landfall on Florida's west coast as a Category 3 on Thursday, and a woman who did not return from her daily walk has been found dead at an East Side park. We'll have the story and more right now, traffic and weather.
Partly sunny skies today, highs in the mid 90s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Thursday, sunny skies, highs in the low 90s. 76 degrees in Lavernia, Texas. 77 in Monte Vista and 76 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:53.
The late, great Gary Wright, Dreamweaver, a sound that it sounds like you're dreaming when you listen to that song. It's spectacular. On a Yacht Rock Tuesday, it is also a Longhorn Tuesday, and we're giving away Texas Longhorn tickets. We do it every Tuesday. You can win tickets to see the first SEC game, Southeastern Conference game for the Longhorns against Dak Prescott's old school, Mississippi State.
Boo.
I know. I'm just
way to buzzkill it.
Sorry to bring up Dak Prescott and the Cowboys and bring us all down like that. Charity, if people would like to tell us, and the question this morning to win Longhorn tickets, what makes a tailgate party great for you? What do you got to have at a tailgate party? Charity, you say comfortable chairs. I agree with that. How do people get us their information?
The free iHeartRadio app. You launch it, search 1200 WOAI, hit that red circle. That's the talkback button. 30 seconds to sound off.
And you would sound something like this.
Good morning on this Longhorn Tuesday. UT sponsors Bevo Boulevard, which is on the street right outside the stadium. Plenty of alcohol and food to purchase, fun, free activities. The band will march down that street. Bevo comes down there. Lots of opportunity to take pictures and interact with thousands of fans for free. Give the tickets to somebody who's never been to a game. Have a great Tuesday.
That is our friend Kemper, and I have been on Bevo Boulevard.
Yeah.
In fact, I was there last season, and it's an amazing scene. She's right. The band, Bevo, and the players, the Longhorn. That's the first time I saw Arch Manning last year. It's the whole team marches toward the stadium. It's cool.
Yeah, I've been to a Texas game once, and it was an unforgettable experience.
Always.
It's awesome.
And I do like what Kemper suggests. Give the tickets to somebody who's never been to a Longhorn game.
Well, maybe that'll happen, Chris, because here's somebody in the running.
Ultimate tailgate party. Big white horns tent with a big sign stating everybody welcome. Grilled fajitas, onions, guacamole, sour cream. Large ice chest with non-alcoholic beverages, encouraging kids and family to attend. Big screen TV playing the game and highlights, jamming to the iHeart radio music, and definitely having Charity, Chris, and Charlie attend, greeting people as they come in.
So you guys are turning into greeters?
Charity, Chris, and Charlie attend. So, Mr. T, you're not invited?
No, he's getting the beer. He made a beer run.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, but he said he wanted non-alcoholic beverages encouraging kids. That's why I'm not there.
He wants to make it family friendly. That's a good thing. No, and I like, and we had one of those earlier, and I like that if you just, it was Eva earlier
Yes.
this morning with just bam, 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 a list of all the things that make a great tailgate party. That one was very good.
That was very good because I do agree with the big orange and white tent. I like that. And the big screen TV and,
I like
playing
it.
the game and the highlights. I agree with all that.
And we
Very
got to
good.
throw in battery powered fans just to like keep that air circulating. I think that's important. You don't want to sweat
That's
too
true.
hard.
That's true. But I try to wait till it cools off a little bit before I start tailgating. Like another couple months.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what if, you had these tickets
I would
to the Mississippi State game?
I would cool off with a nice cold beverage.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I would do. All right, here's another one.
Morning, guys. This is your Pennsylvania truck driver, DJ. I don't need the tickets, but for a tailgate, you need to have a pickup. You can't bring a little four-wheeler. You need to have your pickup. So you get your buddies there with all your pickups. You stake out an area. You have it all staged out. You have your AstroTurf Longhorn grass laid down. You got your tent put up. You got your barbecue going with Texas brisket and Elgin hot sausage. You get your cornhole game out, and you get your washers out, and you have your adult beverage with DirecTV to watch game day.
Bam!
Wow.
All
Drop
right.
the mic.
Wow.
DJ.
I like the fact that he's bringing the games to play.
Yes.
Yeah, cornhole, washers.
Yeah.
See, I suggested a frisbee and a football, but I'm getting down with that.
Well, I think all of the above.
Yes.
Because it's going to be a football game.
Yeah.
There's something cool about tailgating before a football game and throwing around a football. It's just call me crazy.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
It does.
It does. All right, we have another one that's not related to the tailgates, but here it is.
Hey, yeah, we're talking about Kmart and, of course, Sears and all that. I'm old enough to remember TG&Y, better known as Girdles and Yo-Yos in the Gibson discount store. Y'all have a good day.
Yes.
TGY. Wow.
What we were doing a story earlier, if you're just tuning in, Kmart, they're down to one Kmart left in America. It's going to close on Long Island on October 20th. And there's going to be a mini Kmart, which will be the last one in America in Miami. But he mentioned Gibson's. I remember the Gibson's on Fredericksburg Road, a little further down from the Griff's Hamburgers in the 1960s.
Yes.
But so he had TG&Y. Remember Woolco?
Oh, gosh.
I remember Woolco.
I do remember Woolco. Big time.
And Charity mentioned Piggly Wiggly, even though that was supermarket, but it's still, it was a classic.
Yeah. And I remember Food City. In my neighborhood, it was a Food City at Marbach and Military Drive, and that's where everybody would hang out. And everybody pop their engine, the hoods, everybody look at the engine, and then go down Military and race on Saturday nights.
Shoppers World. Remember Shoppers World? And you brought up Food City. I remember Deluxe supermarket.
Gosh.
Remember
Man,
Deluxe?
yes.
There was a time, kids, before HEB
ruled the world.
Rightfully ruled the world. We were talking about HEB in the chat a few minutes ago. HEB, we're happy they rule the world. I'm happy they're a monopoly.
Me too.
Yes.
I like it.
They
All
get
right.
so much of my money every month. I'm embarrassed to tell you how much, but it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's
It's
a-
a lot.
And Charlie, who's going to join us at 8:20, Charlie says he just likes hanging out at HEB.
Do people watch or what?
Well, just to go and shop and hang out. He just
interesting.
He enjoys the experience.
Is that what retirement is like? Okay.
I would guess. I don't know. My wife's not hanging out at HEBs yet.
We can ask him again. Coming up at 7:10 on Wait Till You Hear This, we've got former President Trump at a rally at Indiana University of Pennsylvania, 55 miles east of Pittsburgh. We'll talk about that coming up. But right now, Charity McCurdy has all the big stories you need to know about it because WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the second gentleman campaigns in San Antonio, and U.S. troops are being deployed to the Middle East. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 75 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, participated in a Get Out the Vote rally in San Antonio, where he took a dig at former President Trump.
Trump still can't get over losing 2020, can he? He's still lying about the 2020 election. He lost and he can't get over it. He still can't get over it.
Emhoff will be in Austin today and conclude his Texas campaign trip tomorrow with an appearance in Houston. Republicans, meantime, are looking to take back control of the Senate in November, but Democratic candidates in several red states are fighting to keep that majority and possibly flip some seats. Texas Senator Ted Cruz is running to defend his seat and slammed his Democratic opponent, Colin Allred.
Colin Allred is a radical leftist, just like Kamala Harris. He's voted 100% with Nancy Pelosi his first 4 years in office.
Cruz currently has a 5-point lead over Allred, according to the latest Real Clear Politics polling average. And there's growing data showing that Latino voters are increasingly becoming Republican. The latest comes from the Texas Hispanic Policy Foundation.
What we found here is that Harris is doing better among Hispanics than Biden was, but still has only a 6% lead over Trump.
Mark Jones, who ran the poll, says they asked why Hispanics were voting for Trump. 1 in 5 cited border security. The trend is not lost on Democrats. The Harris Walls campaign kicked off Hispanic Heritage Month with a historic $3 million investment in Spanish language radio ads. Well, the Pentagon is sending additional U.S. troops to the Middle East as fighting between Israel and Hezbollah escalates. Here's Fox's Jeff Paul with the latest.
As Israel and Iranian-backed Hezbollah continue to exchange heavy fire, the U.S. military is watching this escalation very closely. And while their posture hasn't changed much, they are adding additional U.S. assets in the region. Major General Pat Ryder says in light of the increased tension, they're sending a small number of U.S. military personnel to the Middle East. Ryder says this is out of an abundance of caution and adds to the estimated 40,000 troops already in the region. There are currently more than a dozen Navy warships positioned across the Middle East, and we're learning the USS Truman, 2 destroyers, and a cruiser are heading towards the Mediterranean Sea.
And this comes as world leaders have again gathered in New York City for the United Nations General Assembly to discuss important global matters. Here's Fox's Gernald Scott.
A year after world support for Ukraine was the prevailing topic at the UN, another escalating war between Israel and Hamas will likely be the dominant issue as that conflict threatens to widen across the Middle East. President Joe Biden, in his final address to the UN as Commander-in-Chief, is expected to discuss ongoing efforts to end the fighting through ceasefire negotiations, prioritizing the release of hostages and prisoners on both sides, and delivery of humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will speak at the UN later in the week. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The Bexar County Sheriff's Office and San Antonio Police are investigating after a missing woman's body was found off a greenway in an East Side park. Sheriff Javier Salazar says a clear alert went out Sunday for 63-year-old Stacy Dramiga after she did not return from her daily walk.
My understanding is that she was a regular. She used to love to come to walk the Greenway trails in the morning. Yesterday morning around 10 a.m. was the last time she was seen.
Investigators say this was no medical emergency and that foul play was involved. The death is being investigated as a homicide, and police are asking for anyone who may have seen Dramiga on Sunday to come forward. The days of spending megabucks on massive sports stadiums may be over. New polling in San Antonio shows that only 1 in 3 voters want to build a new arena for the Spurs downtown.
We see at best tepid support for these new plans, not overwhelming support for the construction of new facilities.
And that's a new arena for the Spurs downtown. UTSA's Brian Gervais says their polling found the biggest opposition would be the cost. Voters also have concerns about impact to traffic downtown. And the same poll also asked about the construction of a new minor league baseball stadium downtown, and that has significantly more support. It is 7:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday, which is also a Longhorn Tuesday. Somebody's winning Longhorn tickets today to go see the Longhorns in their SEC opener against Mississippi State. Coming up at 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill on the latest information on the would-be assassin of former President Donald Trump. You've got that letter that he wrote and more. We'll talk about all of that. Coming up, though, we will, speaking of the former president, we'll hear him at a rally yesterday in Pennsylvania on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Partly sunny skies today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Thursday, sunshine, highs in the low 90s. It is 76 degrees in Von Ormy, 76 in Alamo Heights, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:10.
San Antonio's first news, Yacht Rock Tuesday, Longhorn Tuesday, and every morning at this time, it's a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. We span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio. We are 6 weeks from today, 6 weeks away from the 2024 election. That's 42 days away. And last night, former President Donald Trump was at Indiana University of Pennsylvania. I didn't know, Mr. T, there's a place called Indiana, Pennsylvania.
I did not either.
But that's the
confusing.
Town. It's 55 miles east of Pittsburgh. Let's listen to the former president.
About her plan to, quote, build wealth. She doesn't know anything about building wealth. But she's been in office for 3.5 years. She's saying what she's going to do if she becomes president. But she's been there almost 4 years. She hasn't done anything except destroy our country with millions of people that shouldn't be here. And inflation. And inflation. What the damage that Sleepy Joe, I'm tending to call him Sleepy Joe lately because I called him Crooked Joe. But now he's not like, is he, who's our president? We don't even have, do we have a president? Why doesn't he leave? Why doesn't he leave? No, think of it. Think of it. I call him Crooked Joe. That was very effective. It got him out of the race. I mean, guess what? No, we had a debate, and he didn't do too well in that debate. And they came to him, and they said, you're down 21 points, and you're going to lose. This can only happen to me. So I end up with somebody new. But here's the thing. All I have to do is expose her for what she is. She's a communist, okay? She's a communist. And this country is not ready for a communist and hopefully never will be, because that doesn't work. Kamala talks about all these things that she's going to do, but she's been here. Think of it. She's been here for almost 4 years and she's not done anything. I will do this. I will do that. I will do that. What the hell? She could do them today. They talk about the border. Oh, we have a plan for the border. I didn't have any help. I had a very hostile Congress. And what I did is I said, close the border to the Border Patrol. They're great. And the border was closed. We had the safest border in the history of our country. And that border was a mess. In 2016, I think I won maybe because of the border. The border was very bad.
Former President Donald Trump yesterday in Indiana, Pennsylvania, 55 miles outside of Pittsburgh. And Charity, I have the same feeling that I had when we heard the former president at a rally on Long Island last week. You can kind of tell when he's in the zone, when he's in a groove. I keep thinking back a few weeks ago when analysts were saying, oh, he's tired. He's getting older. He's got all these court cases he's got to deal with. It's not the same Donald Trump we saw on the campaign trail 4 years ago. Lately, he has kicked it into a higher gear.
He really has. I mean, every day he has some kind of campaign stop, rally. He makes unannounced stops. He was at a grocery store in Pennsylvania yesterday. I think he even gave like $100 to a woman who was in line to buy groceries. He's really ramping up those campaign appearances, as is VP Kamala Harris. Probably not to the same level as Trump, but Harris is going to be in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Nevada, just really trying to ramp things up as we have only 42 days left until the November 5th election.
That's unbelievable, man. 6 weeks until the election. And apparently these assassination attempts against the former president have not slowed him down. If anything, you mentioned giving him new life. Maybe that's what it is.
It could be. I mean, it is amazing, that we sit here and we have had 2 assassination attempts since July 13th.
Wow.
That we live in a world where that's happening as well. And you got to wonder how much of an impact that has. Because, does in a razor thin election in the swing states, things like that, a bump that might get more people to turn out for Donald Trump because of those assassination attempts, you just got to wonder. 100 votes here, 1,000 votes there. It'll certainly add up in the swing states. Lots more coming up. We will get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and more. Lots coming. In fact, Charlie Parker going to join us at 8:20 as well. WOAI News Time, 7:15.
And we're back.
Darlene, welcome in. Eric, welcome. Tommy, Trevin, Tracy, Sikapalan, Frankie, Fabian Rios, welcome in. Connie. All right, Trevin, that was funny. 3 attempts on his life. Kamala nearly killed him in the debate.
That is funny.
That was funny.
That is funny. Good morning, everybody. I remember TG&Y, man. That was a great place.
TG&Y, Woolco, Woolworths.
Oh, wow. They got Food City still in Tennessee, Northeast Tennessee, according to Sika.
And there are some Piggly Wigglies out there.
Yeah. Well, I noticed that there was a Food City sponsored NASCAR race. So that makes sense.
I remember my mom would get S&H green stamps at Piggly Wiggly. You had a little book. You would put them in your book. And then there was like a store you'd go to and pick out something you wanted.
I do remember my grandmother used to use
S&H
those all the
green
time.
stamps.
My grandmother lived in a little town in East Texas called Comus Neal, Texas. Man, population like 600 people.
Wow.
And there was one grocery store and they used to give out S&H green stamps, and she had a bunch.
Very cool. Okay.
All right.
I remember those gold stamps as well, Travis.
What were the gold ones?
I didn't know the name of them, though. Yeah, something gold. Yeah. Same here.
Not the rolled gold. Those were cigarettes.
No. Or the rolled Acapulco gold.
Gold, yeah. Those were
for
the
my
left-handed
stoner
cigarettes, as they
friends.
used to say.
Tommy says, one more cup of coffee than outside to do more work on one of my sheds. One of my sheds. You are a multiple shed owner. Have a great day, sir. Food City.
Yeah, see, the Food City 300. That's right. See, I knew I saw that. I was in the hotel and I saw a commercial. I went, wow, Food City.
Centenos.
Ah,
The Mexican.
Centenos.
What was Centeno's first name? He was a dude in town. Ernesto? No.
No.
Centeno. Okay, and they have a
Yeah.
little cartoon of him.
Yes.
At Centeno.
Yes. Damn it. What
Like
was it?
Piggly Wiggly had the
Yes.
little. No, I mean, Handy Andy had the Handy Andy guy.
Right.
Centeno
Yeah, I
had
forget
a.
the guy's name, though. God,
See
that
if-
was good
see if
times.
Google cooperates on that. Who owned? Running out of time.
All right, here comes. No, it's us. He was going to throw it to her, right?
And so, what are we doing?
Nothing.
Okay.
From Apelka, nothing yet.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And coming up, the latest from the Middle East as Israel continues to bombard Hezbollah in Lebanon. Yesterday was the deadliest day since 2006. First, though, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
President Biden is preparing to address the United Nations General Assembly today, with the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East expected to dominate sideline discussions. Second, Gentleman Doug Emhoff made a campaign stop in San Antonio, and police suspect foul play as the body of a missing woman has been found at an East Side park. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Partly sunny today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Thursday, sunny skies, highs in the low 90s. It is 67 degrees in Kerrville, 75 in New Braunfels, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:20.
San Antonio's first news. Normally at this time, every weekday, we connect with our good friend Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. But once again, he is a man in demand.
Yes.
You may already know he's like one of the key fill-in guys for Joe Pags on the Joe Pags Show. Joe will be on board today as usual, but somewhere across the country, Mike Opelka, as we speak, hosting a radio show
in Florida.
In Florida.
In Florida.
Is there a Kmart nearby?
I don't think so.
There's one in Miami.
Yeah, but
there's a mini Kmart in Miami.
Yeah, I don't think he's close to Miami, though.
And by the way, we are 30 days away from OpelkaCon
1 month.
2024, and we will have more announcements. You can meet and greet Mike Opelka 30 days from today at OpelkaCon.
That's going to be awesome.
I can even jump the gun and say it's going to be at La Hacienda de los Barrios.
There you go.
I'm just, we're not putting out the official word yet, but just mark your calendar, October 24th.
Time TBA.
Yeah, it's going to be early afternoon, we think.
Yeah.
As soon as Charity declares happy hour. Charity, when do you declare happy hour in the afternoon?
Well, Mike Opelka have a margarita. I'm sure he will.
According to the text I got from him last night, yes.
Okay, just making sure.
He mentioned the OpelkaCon debauchery. So I'm just saying.
All right.
At OpelkaCon, not only will our good friend Eric, the photographer, be there, he does amazing portraits of veterans. You've got to see them to understand how magnificent they are, but also the Charity McCurdy hugging booth.
That's right. All money goes to charity,
All
by the
money
way.
goes to, all proceeds go to charity.
No charge. Yeah. No, our listeners are extended family. I will not charge for hugs. Just, come with a smile. That's
Okay.
all I ask.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, we would be talking to Mike Opelka, I'm sure, about this. Israel yesterday launched an intense barrage of airstrikes across Lebanon at Hezbollah targets, killing nearly 500 people and wounding 1,600 others. It was the single-day highest death toll in Lebanon since 2006.
Wow.
It's always a terrifying feeling when you hear about U.S. troops being deployed to the Middle East. We already have 40,000 troops in the region. We don't know how many more forces will be deployed or what exactly they're going to do. But it's very concerning with violence clearly escalating in the region. And you wonder how long before this becomes a direct conflict with Iran. That's the big question.
I think it's sooner rather than later because Iran has warned Israel of dangerous consequences following the latest wave of strikes. And it could get really nasty over there, man.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of warning, and Charity, you and I talked about this yesterday, And to Israel's credit, they were warning civilians in Lebanon who were near these Hezbollah targets. They were warning them, get out, get away, because if there's any targets with Hezbollah assets, we are going to annihilate them. Indeed, they did a lot of that yesterday. And excuse me, these are on the heels of what has happened in Gaza. You want to minimize the loss of civilian life.
Indeed. And here you have the U.S. Who's saying that, we have concrete ideas for restoring calm in the region. But, at the end of the day, is Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu going to do what he wants to do? I mean, how much sway do we exactly have?
That's a great question. And going back to the warning people to leave before the attacks. Now, from the way I understand it, Hezbollah is storing some of their weapons in civilian, houses and buildings. So yeah, that right there, that's a chicken way to do things. It's not the right way to do things. And it's not good.
And we heard about that with Hamas
exactly.
in Gaza. And it puts the civilian population at risk. And, when I hear about these numbers, Charity, nearly 500 people killed just yesterday, over 1,600 wounded. There are a number of reports of children and women, civilians, being injured or killed. And certainly every precaution must be exercised by Israel to try to avoid that.
Yeah. And, war is hell. And it's heartbreaking when you hear about, innocent lives destroyed in the process. But Israel clearly has one goal, and that is to eradicate these Iran-backed militias. And they're keeping their eye on that goal and not letting anything get in the way of that, clearly.
Lots more coming up. 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill with the latest on the would-be assassin of former President Donald Trump and that note that was found that he had written several months before the assassination attempt that took place a couple of weeks ago. That, and you telling us about the greatest tailgate party features, and somebody's going to win Longhorn tickets. Charlie Parker at 8:20, WOAI News Time 726. All right. Let's see. What is going on here? Carol Garza. Thank you, Carol. Disturbing my kitty who is laying on my chest to walk my Maltese dog, Morgan. It's a cool morning, Carol, with the critters, dog and cat. I think Frankie left. Adios, Frankie. Yeah, Carol, you certainly, you are right to be concerned about American troops in the Middle East. Amen to that. Yeah, and going back, Fabian, that was a great catch. Eloy Centeno. When I was a kid in the 70s, there'd be big newspaper ads for Centeno supermarkets, and there was like a cartoon, Eloy Centeno. I forgot his name until Fabian got it. Eloy Centeno. And I think, it was similar to Handy Andy had although there wasn't an actual Andy to my knowledge, but there was a cartoon character, like a bald guy with like square, like Mrs. Beasley glasses, if you get the Mrs. Beasley reference from Family Affair, Buffy, Jody, Sissy, Uncle Bill, and Mr. French. How do I know that? Why is that in my head that I can name the characters on Family Affair? Buffy, Jody, Sissy. I had a crush on Sissy, by the way. Uncle Bill and Mr. French. That show has been off the air since 1968. And I still remember the characters. What's wrong with me? All right, so there's that. Sleepy, welcome in. This just occurred to me. Somehow I brought up Family Affair. Can you name the 5 characters on Family Affair? What was Dad's name? It was Uncle Bill, wasn't it? I don't know. How the hell do we know that? That show went off the air in 1968. How the hell is that in our brain?
And Mrs. Beasley, the
Mrs.
doll.
Beasley, who would later coach the Dallas Cowboys
Yes,
as
exactly.
Dave Campo. Dave Campo as Mrs. Beasley. We should have sold when Campo, if we could have gotten Mrs. Beasley dolls, put a cowboy in a hat,
Oh my
and a
God.
headset, we could have raked it in.
God, that's sad that we remember all that.
Very frightening. I can't imagine. We remember Dave Campo. That's how
Yeah, no kidding.
traumatized.
That's how much we miss him.
Yeah. I would take Dave Campo over Mike McCarthy at this point.
Wow.
Wow, that is frightening
Yeah.
that we remember that. Did you have a crush on Sissy?
Yes.
Yes, me too.
God, Sissy was hot.
Sissy, everybody.
Sleepy, yes, we're older than most people. Yes, you are correct. So, Travis, you're saying Eloy Centeno was not part of the Centeno's supermarkets? Is that what you're saying? Yes, he did. Ah, logo did not have glasses. Okay.
.31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, U.S. troops are being deployed to the Middle East amid escalating violence, and the presidential campaign comes to San Antonio. We'll have details, first traffic
Builder
and
Square.
weather together
Man.
every 10 minutes and mornings.
Remember Builder Square?
Your weather forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 75 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, participated in a Get Out the Vote rally in San Antonio, where he reportedly helped raise $1 million for Democratic candidates.
Are we going to send Colin Allred to the United States Senate?
Wow, Travis, you are correct. It was Joe Centeno. Centeno was the guy behind the supermarket, Centeno Supermarkets.
He'll be in Austin today and conclude his Texas campaign trip tomorrow. In Houston, Republicans say Emhoff is wasting his time by campaigning in Texas. Former
Glad we
President
figured
Trump
that
held a
out.
campaign
It's
rally
driving me
in
crazy.
Indiana, Pennsylvania, criticizing Harris's interview on Oprah.
Oprah would ask just a simple question and you get this crazy answer, or you don't get any answer. Just, this is not a president. We had 4 years of this. We're not going to have 4 more years. We won't survive it.
Trump won Indiana County twice. He also won Pennsylvania in 2016, but lost it in 2020 and is currently in a deadlock with Harris for the state. A federal jury in Texas has cleared 5 out of 6 supporters of Trump who used their cars and trucks to surround a Biden-Harris campaign bus just days before the 2020 election. Chris Fox reports.
The 2-week civil trial in an Austin federal courthouse centered on whether the actions of the 6 Trump train participants amounted to political intimidation. 5 were cleared. Among those on board the Biden-Harris bus, former Democratic lawmaker Wendy Davis, who testified she feared for her life while a convoy of Trump supporters boxed in the bus. In 2020, then President Trump did comment about the incident.
They were protecting his bus yesterday. They had hundreds of cars. Trump and the American flag.
The jury did award $10,000 to the bus driver. In Austin, Chris Fox, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Sirens are sounding off in northern Israel as they continue to exchange fire with Lebanon. Fox's Nate Foy is on the ground in Tel Aviv.
According to the IDF, Hezbollah has fired an additional 55 rockets. This happens as Israel has launched another round of airstrikes after the deadliest day in Lebanon since the Second Lebanon War back in 2006. The fire continued both ways. Israel targeted several Hezbollah sites after hitting 1,300 of them. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said Israel destroyed the infrastructure that Hezbollah spent 20 years building. The human cost was severe. Israel did put out messages telling citizens to get out of harm's way, but many could not. At least 492 people were killed, including 35 children and 58 women.
Meanwhile, the U.S. announced it'll send additional troops to the Middle East as fears grow around a wider conflict in the region. A man convicted of killing his infant son is scheduled to be executed tonight in Huntsville. Travis Mullis was convicted of the 2008 capital murder of his 3-month-old son, Elijah, whose body was found dumped in Galveston. After driving for 3 days, Mullis entered a police station in Philadelphia and said he believed he was wanted for a murder in Texas. Mullis is now 38 years old. It'll be the 4th Texas execution so far this year. A missing San Antonio woman's body has been found off a Greenway Trail, and Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says foul play is involved.
We're continuing to handle this as a homicide investigation.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says 24 hours after a clear alert was issued for 63-year-old Stacy Dramiga, who'd gone for her usual walk at DeFosse Park on Sunday, a body matching her description was found 2 miles away in the woods at Covington Park.
We don't believe that she went off that trail voluntarily. We believe that she was either forced or taken off of the trail.
Salazar's office and San Antonio police are looking for anyone who may have seen Dramiga or has information about the case to come forward as the investigation continues. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The Gulf Coast is making preparations for what will likely be the season's latest hurricane. The disturbance is churning near the Cayman Islands and is forecast to become Tropical Storm Helene today. Helene could turn into a Category 3 hurricane with 115-mile-per-hour winds by the time it makes landfall on Thursday. Forecasters say the west coast of Florida will feel the greatest impact. Currently, it appears Helene could make landfall anywhere between Destin, Florida to Tampa. If the Spurs want San Antonio taxpayers to help build a new stadium, a new poll suggests they have a lot of work to do. Michael Board reports.
New polling done by UTSA asked voters how they felt about the Spurs' proposed move downtown. Only 1 in 3 supported it.
I think the opposition is really coming from people concerned about financing, how it's going to be paid for.
Brian Gervais, who ran the polling, says voters also had concerns about impact to traffic downtown. This same poll out this week also asked about the construction of a new minor league baseball stadium downtown. That had significantly more support. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Longhorn Tuesday. Coming up, our question for you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. What makes a great tailgate party? You're telling us, and we're going to pick one of you who tells us and give you Longhorn tickets to their first SEC game against Mississippi State. But right now, let's check in with national correspondent Rory O'Neill, who is tracking the latest on the would-be assassin of former President Donald Trump earlier this month at the Trump Golf Course in West Palm Beach. And Rory, I understand we have a note written by that accused would-be assassin that sheds a little bit light on his intent.
Yeah, and the former Attorney General Bill Barr is a little upset that the entirety of this note was made public and published by the media, since there's almost a call to action in it. By the way, the answer to your question for the tailgate, designated driver. So
yes. You just won tickets, Rory. You won Longhorn tickets.
But yeah, so fascinating note. But it's interesting the fact that it's written in the past tense. I'll give you the first sentence. It says, "Dear world, this was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I am so sorry I failed you," unquote. And it goes on. But it's interesting, this letter was part of documents and a bunch of old cell phones that this guy left with a friend, and then the friend sees him arrested and then goes back to the box and says, "Oh, what's in here?" and sees this letter. So here it is written in the past tense, which I just think is fascinating. Also writing that he failed in this letter as well. So interesting that this letter is here, but it's a key piece of evidence for prosecutors who are still trying to put together a case, as the suspect is right now only being held on a couple of gun charges.
And Rory, what do we know about Ruth's whereabouts leading up to the assassination attempt and how long he'd been planning this?
Yeah, well, we know he'd been in Florida for about a month. They're going off some of the cell phone data that they were able to collect. He's originally from North Carolina, had lately been living in Hawaii, spending time in Ukraine, as we've all seen some of those videos. But he was also, we believe, going to Mar-a-Lago and going back to the golf course as well. So they're trying to pinpoint all these locations as if he were shadowing Donald Trump or trying to figure out his habits. Keep in mind, Donald Trump at this time, August to September, doesn't spend a whole lot of time at Mar-a-Lago. Normally in the summer, he's up in Bedminster in New Jersey because it's too hot down here. So it's not, and plus there's the campaign obligation. So it's not as if Trump has been spending a lot of time at Mar-a-Lago. Bad time of the year to try to track him.
So you mentioned that some more charges might be coming. Do we have any idea what those charges might be?
Yeah, whether or not it's attempted assassination of a government official and how that's all going to work, it's interesting because thankfully this Secret Service agent was able to spot the gun and open fire on the guy. This man was not able to fire off a shot toward the president, thankfully. But that also means it's harder for the prosecutors to make their case and find their intent. So this is why this letter that was found is such a crucial piece of evidence, because the guy could otherwise say, "Oh no, I was here shooting at squirrels," right? But without this kind of a letter to really show intent here, that's going to help prosecutors a long way.
Yeah, that is a big piece of evidence. Our thanks to national correspondent Rory O'Neill. And Charity, the three of us were talking about this earlier this morning. He gives this box to his friend. It had phones, it had some ammunition, it had that note in it. Can you imagine if this guy was successful in his assassination attempt and this friend then opens the box and realizes, I would have known what he was going to do in advance because he left it with his friend months before the assassination attempt.
That whole situation just opens the door to so many questions. Isn't that odd that you receive a box from a friend and then you wait to open it up, and why this friend? What kind of connection did he have to the alleged gunman? I don't know. That's just very curious to me.
It's very, very curious. And had he opened that box up when he got it, he could have been way out in front of this.
So true.
So there's two ways to look at that. If you're a friend and you want to do this for your friend, are you not going to look in that box? Because I would look.
Yeah.
Because I want to know what I'm holding in my house.
Especially if you had this friend and you knew that he was, off on a bunch of questionable adventures to Ukraine and elsewhere. All right. Coming up, we will hear from you. We're giving away Longhorn tickets on this Longhorn Tuesday. We're asking you the question, what makes a great tailgate party? Your talkback's coming up. WOAI News Time, 7:45.
And we're back.
Carol, we're going to give you the on-air birthday shout-out here as we start the 7:52 segment.
Okay. This is wrong. The beautiful rooftop area overlooking the Tobin Center and a bit of the Riverwalk. That's not true. Tobin Center's nowhere near there.
Yeah, so true.
It's not. 420 Broadway? No. Oops, I guess I shouldn't be telling anybody. All right, we're back.
All right. Okay. Man arrested for making threatening phone calls to Donald Trump.
How do you get Donald Trump's number?
Well, and again, what were you thinking?
Yeah.
It's like, that's all going to work out well for you?
Yeah, no. I want to know how you got Donald Trump's phone number.
Yeah.
Jesus. I guess that's why we took communication out of our company name.
Mm-hmm.
Too many chiefs, not enough Indians. I might have a new winner.
Okay.
It's short, but damn, it's funny.
How many do you have?
Let's see. Just make sure here real quick. On tailgates, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to play here.
Okay.
That's funny, isn't it? All right, Jeremy, you, it's not our Jeremy, by the way. Okay. I think I have our top 3 already, unless we get the one that tops these 2.
New emojis, everybody.
I know. There's 8 of them. The fingerprint that cracks me up. A harp. I've been looking for a harp for a long time.
Purple cum. Didn't see that one
I believe
coming.
that's goop.
Oh, that's goop. Okay.
I don't know. It's
Yeah.
purple. I don't know what. A shovel.
Purple haze.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Hey, come on, man. You know, are we dressing up for Halloween?
Yes.
We are?
Yeah, I'm going to go as Charlie Parker.
I was thinking about going as Doug.
Doug Emhoff?
No, Doug from Limu. Limu the Emu and Doug.
Oh, yeah. You could, Kelly, you could be Doug Emhoff. I could be your brother Jack.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Stand by.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Then somebody is going to win Longhorn tickets We're going to hear more of your talkbacks on what makes for a great tailgate party. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
As the U.S. is sending additional forces to the Middle East, President Biden is set to address the UN General Assembly. Texas will carry out its 4th execution of the year this evening. And a woman who was at the center of a clear alert has been found dead at an East Side park. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather.
Partly sunny today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a stray shower, a thunderstorm, possible highs in the low 90s. Thursday, sunshine, highs in the low 90s. 75 degrees in Alamo Heights, 75 in Leon Valley, 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:51.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday that is also a Longhorn Tuesday. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew is running our YouTube feed, and part of the fun of the YouTube feed, you can find it at 1200 WOAI on YouTube. There is a chat going on in there, and Charity and Mr. T, one of the viewers who is chatting with us is Carol Garza. And Carol tells us this is her 70th birthday today.
Happy birthday, Carol.
Carol.
Yes.
Awesome.
Woohoo!
That is too cool.
Spending her birthday with us.
Most people do, Chris.
Oh, yeah. So,
come on.
Happy birthday, Carol. Very, very cool. So, Mr. T, the big question to win Longhorn tickets today, and you could get tickets to the first ever SEC game for the Longhorns against Mississippi State, is what to you, what is a great tailgate party to you? What does it need?
Yeah, what do you need for your tailgate for it to be perfect for you? Like this one.
Good morning, WOAI. The only thing I need at a tailgate party is all my kids around me. Nothing else.
Okay. So we're not going to go to his.
Well, and there won't be any barbecue.
I know,
There won't be any beer. There won't be any. No, but that was a very, I mean, obviously.
Yeah, it was a very heartfelt
He's a
one.
heartfelt,
yes.
good dad. So, yeah, that was nice. Charity, how do you feel about that one?
As long as the kids behave, I'm.
It's a tailgate party. They should not behave. Should be out there chasing footballs and having fun.
And bringing me my beer.
Exactly.
Hey, Joey, get me another beer out of that ice chest.
All right, here's another one.
The ultimate Texas Longhorn tailgate. All that food and everything that everybody's saying, absolutely all the drinks, but you got to have two things. You got to have a table with the game Flip Cup going on, because if people walking by will join, they will have the time of their life. Now, as far as your TV is concerned, you have the fourth quarter of the national championship game in 2005 on repeat playing the whole time. This is Casey Barnett in San Antonio, Texas. Hook 'em horns, baby.
Okay. Now,
Yeah, he's
about
right,
that
man.
2005 national championship game that was played on January 4th, 2006. I am a USC alum, and that pains me. So I can't come to that tailgate party. Now, he said Flip Cup.
I've never heard. I was going to ask.
What
Do you
is?
know what
I
that
don't
is?
know. He said you got to play Flip Cup.
Andrew
Andrew
says he knows what it is.
Andrew, get on the mic if possible.
Yeah, throw EJ out of the way.
Enlighten what the heck
yeah, what
is
is Flip Cup?
Beer.
So how much liquid are you putting in this cup? So like a shot, just one? Okay.
All right.
Just trying to figure it out because, I'll start practicing.
Yeah, of course. Hey. But of course, passersby will play flip cup because they want to drink.
Yeah.
They want to drink for free.
There's
I'll
booze,
play
man.
some flip
Well,
cup.
I'll play that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Can I have another?
I want to lose.
Yeah.
Should be the winner gets to drink
Yes.
it, not the losers.
Oh.
All right, here's another one.
Morning WAI for a tailgate party. Of course, you need a truck with a tailgate. You need your Longhorn tent to represent. You need some hot dogs, some cold beer. You need some games, some music, and most importantly, some people. Thank you so much.
Boom.
He's got it.
And he made a great point. You have to represent.
Yes.
If you're a Longhorn fan in that case, if you're going to UTSA tailgate, you want some Roadrunner paraphernalia.
All right, we got time for this one, and this one might rise to the top, at least in my book. Here's Jeremy.
Morning, gang. Jeremy here from San Antonio. The three things that make a good tailgate party are the 3 B's. Need some good burgers, need some good beer, and boobs. You gotta have the babes with you.
Wow. Just cut to the chase there.
Jeremy, the 3 B's,
Yeah,
man.
the 3 B's. Burgers, beers, and boobs. Wow. That's not the Jeremy that used to work here,
No,
is it?
no,
Is it?
I checked.
Is that
I
your,
checked.
Is that
I
your
checked.
pickleball partner, Jeremy?
I haven't talked to him in a while. I don't know. He's all grown up now. I guess.
Apparently.
Yeah, he's kind of disappeared in shame ever since losing that tailgate.
It's interesting that right after that, he was gone.
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe
Shocking.
Maybe he's out scouting for the 3 B's. All right. Well, all right, Jeremy, that was memorable.
Definitely memorable.
And you
I
moves him
for
into
me,
first
he's got
place.
my vote right now. I could change my mind a little bit later
No,
on
we-
the show, but you never know.
We will see. We got a whole hour left. It's going to be a big 8 o'clock hour. Charlie Parker will join us at 8:20. We are going to give away Longhorn tickets, maybe to Jeremy. We'll find out if he's still searching. And Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show, national correspondent Aaron Real. That's a big hour. Fasten your seatbelts. WOAI News Time 7:57. Katrina,
And we're back. That was hilarious,
That
dude.
was
I'm
funny.
sorry, man. That was a funny
No,
one.
that was great.
That's why
And
I
she
liked
had
it.
a funny line. Jeremy's
Yeah.
all grown up now.
Yeah. That was funny. That was funny. I'm sorry. That was hilarious. When I saw that one, I'm like, okay, I'm saving this one.
Yep.
The 3 B's.
All right.
Yeah. Tatas.
I need a refill on my iced tea. I'll stay till Charity gets here.
All right. Mag and Trevin are at it now.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Yep. Wow. Okay. I see Hitler and Mussolini, man. I don't really need that.
No. So I guess Rory O'Neill will turn into a hurricane correspondent.
Yes.
Shortly.
Which is good. I was going to ask, do you want to try to get the Weather Channel on in the morning? Or you
Yeah,
want to wait till
that's-
Thursday? Actually, tomorrow would probably be the best day. I was thinking about it today.
Yeah.
And I thought, no, today's too early. Tomorrow would work.
Yeah.
Do them early and we can replay them.
Yeah, I think it's a good
Okay.
idea.
I will reach out.
Cool.
I will reach out, let him know. The 3 B's. That cracked me up.
Yeah.
Man.
So yeah, Friday is going to be tough on you because you're going to be up late Thursday night.
I know.
Then you're going to do this show.
That's why I'm going to leave, Friday right after the show and go home and sleep. Because I got to get ready to do the show with Mr. J. Howard. everybody.
Mr. J. Howard, if you're just tuning in.
Always my pleasure, Mr. J.
Mr. T and Jay Howard filling in for Andy Everett on Ticket 760 on Friday.
Yes.
4 to 7?
4 to 7. The Andy Everett show will never be the same, people.
No.
Ever.
But just make sure I want 5 golf segments.
Oh, yeah. You know it.
And
you know
3
us, man. Me and
3
Jay
to
talk
5
a lot of
UTSA.
golf. A lot of golf
I
segments.
want the latest on UTSA women's volleyball.
Of course. That's like number 1 on the sheet there. That's our topic A there, Chris.
I'm curious to know Jay's take on the. Oh, did you see the footage still photos? Tim Duncan at his daughter's volleyball game at Stanford.
Yeah.
She plays at Stanford and sitting with Vanessa.
Yep.
And I think Vanessa posted
8 o'clock
a photo.
is our time.
Pretty cool
San
reading that.
Antonio's first news. Good
Did you
Tuesday
see that,
morning. I'm Charity
Wemby's going all
McCurdy.
Tim
Among our
Duncan on
top
it?
stories, the second
Got the
gentleman
little dreads.
campaigns in
Oh,
San
really?
Antonio, and
Yeah.
U.S. troops are being deployed to the Middle East. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low near 75. Get a move on. It is 75 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, participated in a Get Out the Vote rally in San Antonio where he took a dig at former President Trump.
Trump still can't get over losing 2020, can he? He's still lying about the 2020 election. He lost and he can't get over it. He still can't get over it.
Emhoff will be in Austin today and will conclude his Texas campaign trip tomorrow in Houston. Meantime, former President Trump made an appeal to Christians and gun owners at a campaign rally in Indiana, Pennsylvania.
We got to get the Christians to vote. You know, I don't know what it is. Relatively, they don't vote a lot. They go to church and they love church, and that's great, but we got to get Christians, evangelicals, we have to get them out to vote. We have to get gun owners. You know, gun owners don't vote. They don't vote.
Trump won Indiana County twice. He also won Pennsylvania in 2016, but lost it in 2020 and is currently in a deadlock with Harris for the state. The DOJ released new information about the man accused of trying to assassinate Trump at his West Palm Beach golf course. Fox's Jeff Paul has more.
According to the Justice Department, suspect Ryan Ruth left behind a note outright detailing his plans to kill former President Donald Trump. A DOJ filing says the note addressed Dear World was left in a box that was dropped off at a home of someone who hasn't been identified. They turned it in after Ruth was arrested. Now, according to prosecutors, Ruth wrote that it was an assassination attempt on Trump, but, quote, I failed you. Prosecutors also say he offered $150,000 to whomever can, quote, complete the job. The filing also showed authorities who searched Ruth's car found a handwritten note listing dates and venues where Trump was scheduled to appear.
Ruth will remain in custody until his trial. Israel continues airstrikes on Hezbollah positions in Lebanon, with thousands fleeing their homes. Fox's Jonathan Savage reports.
Monday was the deadliest day in nearly a year of hostilities between Israel and the Lebanon-based militant group Hezbollah. The Lebanese health ministry says 492 people were killed. Israel has urged those living near Hezbollah positions to get out while airstrikes take place, and thousands are trying to comply, with temporary shelters being set up in schools and community buildings. Overnight, dozens more targets were hit, taking out rocket launchers with fighter jets. Hezbollah, meanwhile, continuing to fire projectiles into Israel. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
And the U.S. is sending additional forces to the Middle East. Yesterday, the Pentagon said the move to send a small number of troops to the region is out of an abundance of caution. There are already 40,000 U.S. troops stationed in the region. And President Biden is set to address the United Nations General Assembly today. The annual meeting in New York will give the outgoing president a chance to outline his foreign policy. Experts expect the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East to dominate sideline discussions. A missing San Antonio woman's body has been found off a Greenway Trail on the east side, and Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says foul play is involved.
We're continuing to handle this as a homicide investigation.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says 24 hours after a clear alert was issued for 63-year-old Stacy Dramiga, who'd gone for her usual walk at DeFos Park on Sunday, A body matching her description was found 2 miles away in the woods at Covington Park.
We don't believe that she went off that trail voluntarily. We believe that she was either forced or taken off of the trail.
Salazar's office and San Antonio police are looking for anyone who may have seen Jermiga or has information about the case to come forward as the investigation continues. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The days of spending megabucks on massive sports stadiums may be over. New polling in San Antonio shows that only 1 in 3 voters want to build a new arena for the Spurs downtown.
We see at best tepid support for these new plans, not overwhelming support for the construction of new facilities.
UTSA's Brian Gervais says their polling found the biggest opposition would be the cost. Voters also have concerns about impact to traffic downtown. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is declaring a state of emergency for dozens of counties as the storm gains strength heading to the Gulf of Mexico. What's now officially a potential cyclone is expected to become Tropical Storm Helene in the coming hours. It is expected to strengthen to a Category 3 hurricane by the time it makes landfall on Thursday. It is 8:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock and Longhorn Tuesday, big 8 o'clock hour. Charlie Parker in studio at 8:20. At 8:40, Joe Pags with a preview of the Joe Pags Show. We'll hear your favorite tailgate items, what makes a great tailgate party to you. We're going to give away Texas Longhorn tickets in this hour. And coming right up, national correspondent Aaron Real on the U.S. government wanting to ban the Chinese from putting software in smart cars. First, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Partly sunny today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Thursday, sunshine, highs in the low 90s. 67 degrees in Kerrville, Texas. 75 in New Braunfels. And 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news. Let's check in with national correspondent Aaron Real. Aaron, you were tracking a story about a Chinese software in smart cars. Is this already happening, and why is the government against this?
So it hasn't happened already, but it should. Frankly, it should have happened last week. But the Biden administration said yesterday that it's proposing a ban on the sale of imported Chinese-made software, anything for the smart cars. It's also doing it for similar tech from Russia. What they said is that this type of tech can be used by the Russian and the Chinese intelligence agencies for accessing vehicles that internet connect to outside infrastructure and the electric grid. That's a big problem. We're talking about everything from like Bluetooth to cellular to satellite to Wi-Fi. I cannot believe that they didn't want to do this like last week. So apparently all this connectivity leads to further connection and further access points for our adversaries.
So, Aaron, when would this software ban take effect, and how much trouble could this cause for the auto industry?
Listen, quite a bit. It's going to be an adjustment, but at the same time, I think that this is long overdue, particularly the invasion of privacy that comes with owning a car. Let me give you an example. They sell data more than almost anything else, more than your phone. So Mozilla Foundation, they called connected vehicles the official worst category of products for privacy. There are 6 car brands, GM, Cadillac, GMC, Chevy, Kia, Nissan, the list goes on, that were found to gather genetic information. And Kia and Nissan went so far as to collect drivers' sexual activity and information about their sex life and then sell it. I am not making this up. This is not incorrect. Like this is how invasive these are. Forget about connecting to the electric grid that could push us all back to the 16th century. This is such a big, just crazy pressure point that we're just letting them roll through. And again, the ban on the software, it won't affect models until the 2027 year, and then the hardware not till the 2030. I'm like, guys, don't we want to do it sooner? No, we're going to wait that long? Guess so.
So wait a minute here. Sexual activity. So is that only if you're in your car doing that, or how are they? Yeah, that's puzzling to me.
Great question. Did a deep dive because it had the same one. So apparently, yes, that's one way. If you're enjoying your time in your car, they can find out. But beyond that, they look at all the data points that they collect from like your phone. So what you're texting, who you're texting, what you're Googling, all of that is there too. So they can create a profile based on all of those things. Yes.
Wow. My goodness, it's a frightening world out there. Our thanks to national correspondent Aaron Real. Coming up, Uncle Charlie Parker on a Tuesday morning next. WOAI News Time, 8:13.
And we're back.
Yeah, the double generic bumper music back to back.
Same one back to back. I don't understand.
That was odd. Good morning.
Morning. Plug over there working?
It worked this morning. I don't know if Andrew got it fixed or not. And I noticed early on, like you said, the volume was not adjustable.
Right.
But then when I turned it, it like bumped over to the other side somehow, and it works.
It works
for some reason. At first, I was turning it seemed like the knob stuck, and when you went a little further, which I accidentally did, I now have volume control, which is weird. Anything specific you want to go into to start with?
We can talk about I got, we're a week from playoffs.
Okay.
Playoffs?
That's going on in October.
Okay.
And I'm not crazy about sending more troops to the Middle East.
Oh man, yeah.
Never.
It's always a sign of
Bad things to come.
things to come.
Amen.
Yeah.
Were you a fan of Kmart when they were around?
I was never a fan of any of those kind of things.
Yeah.
Oh, Walmart.
Walmart, basically.
They go to like Target or
Walmart put Kmart out of business. Woolco.
Gibson. Globe.
Shoppers World.
Yeah.
Shoppers World.
San Antonio's first news, Charlie Parker in studio. We go to him in a flash. Joe Pags at 8:40 with a preview of the Joe Pags Show. And somebody's winning Longhorn tickets if they tell us what makes for a great tailgate party. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Doug Emhoff made a campaign stop in San Antonio as he looks to drum up support for his wife's presidential campaign. And Austin jury has cleared all but one defendant in the Trump train trial. And the U.S. is sending troops to the Middle East as Israel and Hezbollah trade airstrikes. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather.
Partly sunny today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a stray shower, a thunderstorm, possible highs in the low 90s. Thursday, sunshine, highs in the low 90s. It is 75 degrees in China Grove, 75 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:18.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. It's also a Longhorn Tuesday. And right now it is a Charlie Parker Tuesday. If you are on YouTube, looking at our YouTube stream at 1200 WOAI, you will see that Charlie is wearing a Houston Astros baseball cap. We talked about it yesterday, Charlie. I guess the Astros have to wait one more day at least to clinch the division.
Yeah, their magic number was 2, and they got dogged last night by Seattle, so it's still 2. Play Seattle again today, and then again tomorrow. There's only like 5 games.
Is it 5?
5 games
Wow.
left, yeah. They had, well, let's see.
I think it's 4.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't know.
I can do
It's
some
either
math.
4 or 5. Then the season ends, regular
This week.
season ends on Sunday.
Yes.
And 1 week from today, the American League and National League wild cards. If you had to pick World Series participants right now, who would you say?
Ooh,
Not who you want, because it's not going to be who we want.
Sadly, it's probably going to be Dodgers, Yankees, probably.
See, I'll say Phillies, Yankees.
I'm going to say Yankees, Phillies.
Yeah, I think Phillies are.
It could easily be the Dodgers.
Yeah,
well,
it could.
It could be anyone. Baltimore, is always real tough when they get to the playoffs.
Yeah.
None of us said Astros. That's not a good sign.
No, they don't.
They're
we
pitching.
say at the beginning of the season they don't have enough pitching.
No.
They just
And
don't
in the
have it.
playoffs, pitching is very, very important.
You think?
Yes.
The first week of October begins next Tuesday. What do we got in October? Halloween,
Mhm.
Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur. ACL begins at Zilker Park next weekend.
Is it next weekend?
Yeah, next weekend in Austin. As we mentioned, baseball playoffs, including the World Series at some point in the latter part of October. And question of the day, is Columbus Day or Indigenous Peoples Day a federal holiday?
No.
Yes, it is.
It is?
Whoa!
Yeah.
Was it always a federal holiday? Is that
I
new?
know it was when I was a youngin'.
Huh.
And yeah, it's a federal holiday.
Okay.
Not too many people pay attention
No,
to it,
they don't know.
but it's a federal holiday. I think if you look it up in our playbook here at iHeart, I think it's
What's the date on that?
The
usually
14th.
14th.
14th. Okay.
I'm
I'll look it
pretty
up.
sure that
Okay.
I don't know if we'll get off for
And you forgot
or not.
ApelkaCon on the 24th.
of
October, that's right.
Don't forget that. And of course, this Saturday, I'm looking forward to this. Donald Trump will be in Tuscaloosa
Oh,
for the Alabama-Georgia game.
Wow.
Those are always interesting when
Yeah.
a politician's at a game and the announcement is made to see how the crowd reacts. I think Alabama's pretty much red. Isn't it?
I
A
think
red
so.
state.
I think
Yes.
so, yes.
But I think the last time he's got a thing for Alabama games, man. He
Yeah.
shows up at a lot of those. It'll be interesting to see how he's going to be received.
I think it's pretty smart. I mean, what a huge game that is. You're going to have a lot of America looking at that game, and it'll be a little bit of an ad for Donald Trump.
Yep. 6:30 game, by the way,
Yeah.
on Saturday.
Yeah.
And the big news of the day, I guess, is the more troops
Yeah.
into the Middle East. I'm not crazy
Mm-mm.
about that.
Mm-mm.
You know how many troops we've already got in the Middle East?
It's like 40,000.
40,000.
Yeah.
I bet you that if you asked that of the average everyday citizen, most of them would say zero.
Yep.
Oh, we don't have any troops anywhere. No. And you got Navy ships out in the sea. You've got Navy jets, Air Force jets at the ready. That's just not a good sign, I don't think, of things to come.
Yeah, and not just Iran, obviously being a dangerous adversary to be concerned about, but I think China and Russia would love to see us drawn into a war
Oh,
there.
gosh, yes.
So I wouldn't be surprised if China or Russia either encouraged or aided Iran to start a wider conflict there.
Yeah, it's, again, when you start sending, we've already, as we said, 40,000 troops already in the region, and the ships and the fighter jets, it's just not a good sign of things to come.
Yeah.
And we get tied up into we start using our military in that situation. And
yeah, that's
it would certainly expedite things.
Yeah.
You would
closer
hope,
to-
yes. You
closer
would
to
hope.
You would hope.
Yeah.
But it's just out of control, and it just really, really scares me.
Yeah, and you look at the college protests over the last year, and we're almost the 1 year anniversary from October 7th when that horrible atrocity was committed by Hamas in Israel. But a lot of it is anti-Israel protests for how they're conducting the war. If we now go and fight alongside of and on behalf of Israel, you grew up, Charlie, with the anti-Vietnam War protests across America. It could tear this country apart as well.
Yeah. Protesting Vietnam was one that this is a completely different. I don't believe that 90% of the people that are protesting against Israel are really even against Israel. They're just looking for something
to protest.
Just looking for something to protest.
Yeah.
Unlike in the good old days, like the 60s, when you protested something that deserved being protested.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not like that anymore.
And Charlie, I wanted to ask you about a big story here locally. A woman was found dead in an East Side park, and you're a girl dad. What kind of conversations have you had in your household about whether your wife, your daughters going on a solo hike or jog anywhere in the city?
They're too old for me to have those conversations.
But when they were younger, did you have that conversation?
Not really. Things, I guess things have always been bad, and that you've got to be concerned about that kind of thing. I don't recall like any sit downs. Okay, let's do this. Make sure you do this. Make sure you do that. Just kind of happenstance conversations may have taken place.
But they don't go out by themselves on morning jogs, evening jogs, or walks. They're always with someone. Is that correct?
I don't know what my children do. They're in their 30s and 40s.
Okay. All right. I'm just curious,
Yeah,
because
no,
this
I
woman
don't
was
know.
63 years old. So,
I mean, you know,
know.
it's, we've always had to be vigilant.
Always.
I mean, you just, you know, that's kind of stuff you teach them just along the way. Pay attention to your surroundings. I mean, those kind of things. How many of those kind of things do you think happen in a day? A couple hundred?
At least.
At least?
Yeah.
A couple hundred?
Across the United States, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
And the scary part at this moment, whoever the perpetrator was in this case is still out there. So, you don't know if this is going to be the first of a pattern of these horrible crimes in San Antonio. We'll certainly keep an eye on it. Coming up, Charity with all the big stories you need to know about at the bottom of the hour. Joe Pags at 8:40 with a preview of his show this afternoon. And we are going to pick a winner. Best tailgate activities. Somebody's getting Texas Longhorn tickets coming right up. WOAI News Time, 8:26.
8:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, U.S. troops are being deployed to the Middle East amid escalating violence, and the presidential campaign makes a stop in San Antonio. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday: partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, we're at 75 degrees. The husband of Vice President Kamala Harris is campaigning and fundraising in Texas. Eric Lycum has more.
Second gentleman Doug Inhofe appeared at a Get Out the Vote rally in San Antonio and raised around $500,000 for Democrat candidates. Inhofe took some pot shots at Republican nominee former President Donald Trump.
He's still lying about the 2020 election. He lost and he can't get over it. He still can't get over it.
He labeled the former president a coward for refusing a second debate with his wife prior to the November election. The VP's husband will make appearances in Austin and Houston prior to returning to Washington, D.C., but Republicans say he's wasting his time in Texas. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Meantime, former President Trump held a campaign rally yesterday in Indiana, Pennsylvania, making several economic promises.
Vote Trump and your incomes will soar, your net worth will skyrocket, your energy cost and grocery prices will come tumbling down, and we will bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
Meantime, a federal jury in Texas has cleared 5 out of 6 supporters of Trump who used their cars and trucks to surround the Biden-Harris campaign bus just days before the 2020 election. Chris Fox has details.
The 2-week civil trial in an Austin federal courthouse centered on whether the actions of the 6 Trump train participants amounted to political intimidation. 5 were cleared. Among those on board the Biden-Harris bus, former Democratic lawmaker Wendy Davis, who testified she feared for her life while a convoy of Trump supporters boxed in the bus. In 2020, then President Trump did comment about the incident.
They were protecting his bus yesterday. They had hundreds of cars. Trump and the American flag.
The jury did award $10,000 to the bus driver. In Austin, Chris Fox, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A Venezuelan street gang called Tren de Aragua is coming across the border into Texas, but they're not staying here. San Antonio Congressman Tony Gonzalez says their members have moved to Chicago and New York City, where they're involved in drug dealing and human trafficking.
GDA is as bad as they get. Everything they touch does not go well. It turns to ash.
In Chicago, there are reports of gang members clashing with local drug dealers trying to gain control of drug trade. And in New York, police say the gang is behind a string of thefts in high-end retail stores. At least 558 people are now reported dead in Lebanon as Israel's air assault on Hezbollah continues. Fox's Jonathan Savage has the latest.
Lebanese officials say dozens of children have died since Israel began an intense campaign of airstrikes on Monday. The Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah is the target, and Israel has urged innocent Lebanese to get away from buildings where Hezbollah stores weapons. Government spokesman David Menser says their operation is in American interests too.
Some of these Hezbollah leaders that we have eliminated have American blood on their hands. They have the blood of U.S. Marines from the 1980s.
Thousands of people are fleeing southern Lebanon, traffic gridlocked on the road to the capital Beirut. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Meanwhile, the U.S. announced it will send additional troops to the Middle East as fears grow around a wider conflict happening in the region. The Gulf Coast is making preparations for what will likely be the season's latest hurricane. The disturbance is churning near the Cayman Islands and is forecast to become Tropical Storm Helene today. Helene could turn into a Category 3 hurricane with 115-mile-per-hour winds by the time it makes landfall Thursday. Forecasters say the west coast of Florida will feel the greatest impact. Currently, it appears Helene could make landfall anywhere between Destin, Florida to Tampa. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. It is also a Longhorn Tuesday. We're very close to giving away a pair of Longhorn tickets to see the Horns take on Mississippi State. We asked you this morning, what do you have to have at a tailgate party? What makes a tailgate party great? And we have narrowed it down to 3 contestants. We're going to pick one in a flash, give away those Longhorn tickets. But first, let's check in with Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show. Joe is keeping a close eye on the national debt. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Chris. That's right. The debt is boring to talk about, but it's very important for our future, our kids' futures, our grandkids' futures. The debt is out of control. The deficit is out of control. I'll have Senator Rand Paul on today. Great state of Kentucky. That Rand Paul. We're going to talk about his 6-penny plan. He actually says with his 6-penny plan, they can solve the problem of the national debt and the deficit and get us back under budget, which is like what your household has to do and my household has to do. Anybody listening right now, their household has to do. For some reason, government doesn't have to do that. Plus, Victoria Coates, formerly of the Trump administration, now at the Heritage Foundation, talking about international affairs and what's likely to happen in Israel specifically. That and more today at 5 o'clock. The Joe Pags Show, News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you then.
See you then, Joe, 5 to 8 p.m. this afternoon and every weekday afternoon for the Joe Pags Show. It is time to give away Longhorn tickets all morning long. We've been asking you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, what makes a tailgate party great for you? Tell us and enlighten us and entertain us, ideally. Mr. T, we have it narrowed down to 3 contestants.
Yes, we do. Here is the first one from Eva.
Good morning. This is Eva from San Antonio. What makes for the best tailgate? That would be sunglasses, sunscreen, my ball cap, a small grill, good neighbors to my right, to my left, a sighting of the best Longhorn, that'd be Matthew McConaughey, but most importantly, my daughter, who's a junior, by my side. Texas fight.
Okay.
See, and Eva called very early in the
Yes.
show, I think in the 5 o'clock
Yes,
hour.
she did.
And I
Yes, she
liked it
did.
then, and I like it now.
I do too. All right, here's another one.
The ultimate Texas Longhorn tailgate. All that food and everything that everybody's saying, absolutely all the drinks, but you got to have two things. You got to have a table with the game Flip Cup going on, because if people walking by will join, they will have the time of their life. Now, as far as your TV is concerned, you have the fourth quarter of the national championship game in 05 on repeat playing the whole time. This is Casey Barnett in San Antonio, Texas. Hook 'em horns, baby.
And Casey's just trying to make me cry
Yeah.
with that win over
Yes, he
USC
did.
by Vince
Yes, he
Young.
did.
Okay.
And then, of course, Jeremy.
Morning, gang. Jeremy here from San Antonio. The three things that make a good tailgate party are the three B's. Need some good burgers, need some good beer, and boobs. You gotta have the babes with you. Y'all, good morning.
Jeremy was very memorable with the 3 Bs. It is time to vote. Eva, Casey, or Jeremy. Let's start with Charity. Who would you like to vote for?
I'm going to go with Casey.
Okay.
Now, why, Casey? You want to play Flip Cup with Casey?
Yeah, he just kind of summed it up. You know, he kind of set the scene with all the TVs, what's on each TV. I liked it.
All right, and he's going to play the national championship game for you, Chris.
Yeah, that's he's going to keep me away from the tailgate.
So
party.
do I do it? Do I do it, Charity?
Do it.
I'll take Casey as well.
That means Casey's the winner.
Yes.
That means Casey's the winner. Yeah, you said early on you liked Jeremy with the 3
I
Bs.
did, but I knew you weren't going to vote for him. So
I was going to vote. Well, I might have, but I liked Eva. I would have voted for Eva. Eva does get my vote, but it's 2-1.
2-1 because I like the Flip Cup. I learned something in that talk back that I never knew before.
That Flip Cup is a drinking game.
Yes, it is.
So, all right, Casey, you win tickets to go see the Texas Longhorns against Mississippi State. Very, very cool.
You want to play some Flip Cup after the show?
Yeah, I still don't understand. So, all right, you put a little bit of liquor in a cup and then you flip it?
And you got to flip it and make it land on which side?
Face down on the table.
So you spill all the liquor out of it.
Well, okay, but visually, you put a little liquor in a cup, like a solo cup, and you flip it, and you're trying to flip it to land upside down, therefore spilling all the liquor out of the cup?
So you drink all the liquid out of
you
it.
take the drink.
Yes.
Now it's not any fun. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm taking the drink, I'm flipping the cup. Do I want it to land upside down or right side up?
So upside down.
Okay, upside down. Okay. Now the loser has to drink more. I'm going to try to lose
like
on
the
purpose.
winner would do that.
All right.
Okay.
Flip cup.
I'm not. I want to change my vote now.
I just wonder, Mr. T, are we going to be as good at Flip Cup as we are at pickleball, where we are undefeated and we should be in the Pickleball Hall of Fame?
We should.
Will we be in the Flip Cup Hall of Fame?
You know, Chris, if we try it, we will be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
That's just all there is to it. man.
Charity, you want to bring Jeremy back to be your partner in Flip Cup and be further humiliated?
Wherever he is, sure.
Well,
Wait, Jeremy who?
He's somewhere probably looking for the 3 Bs right now. So, all right. Congratulations to Casey. And Casey, time to put that 2005-2006 national championship video aside and look to the future. Yeah, Texas could win it this year.
Yeah, then you can play that one on the loop too. Yeah.
And then I might show up at your tailgate party in 2025. All right, more coming up. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time 846. San Antonio's first news just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. We're still trying to get over the fact that the last Kmart, we're down to one Kmart left in America. Charity, what stories are you following?
Former President Trump will be in Savannah, Georgia today, while VP Kamala Harris's husband continues to campaign for her in Texas. What's expected to be Hurricane Helene is forecast to make landfall on Florida's west coast as a Category 3 Thursday, and a woman who did not return from her daily walk has been found dead at an East Side park. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Partly sunny today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Thursday, sunshine, highs in the low 90s. 75 degrees in Alamo Heights, 75 in Leon Valley, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:52.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock and Longhorn Tuesday. Congratulations to Casey for winning the Longhorn tickets.
I was just shooting the people on the stream, the Longhorns.
See, if you're watching the YouTube stream, you see the Hook'em horns that Mr. T is shooting you. Better to shoot the Hook'em horns than shoot the bird at them. We would never do that, as far as you know. And on the YouTube stream, and by the way, thanks to Andrew Zimmel for manning the YouTube stream this morning. EJ Pacheco wearing his Southside t-shirt for all of his heavy lifting today. So people were talking, Charity, on the YouTube chat. You know, we mentioned Kmart. We're down to one last Kmart in America. At one time, there were over 2,300 Kmarts across the country. So old school kind of shopping centers, or shopping department stores more accurately, came up. Solo Serve was one of the favorites. Shoppers World.
Globe.
And
then you brought up Centeno's Supermarket.
Yes.
And Travis, one of our chatters, said, because we were trying to think of the guy's first name, and we came up with Eloy Centeno.
Eloy Centeno.
And Travis let us know that was wrong, but technically it was right, because it was actually started by his dad, Joe. And then when Joe passed away, Joe Jr. took over. Eloy came in, and Eloy, after his brother died abruptly at a young age in 1956, Eloy took over and ran it to what it was and became.
Charity, do you remember Centeno's Supermarket?
No, I don't.
And they used to have a little cartoon of Eloy Centeno, similar to the Handy Andy guy. Had a little cartoon. See, you have only grown up in the HEB Borg, their Resistance is Futile Monopoly. Charity, you didn't know about
Handy Andy.
Have you ever been in a Piggly Wiggly?
Yes.
Get out.
In San Antonio?
Handy Andy. Wasn't there a Piggly Wiggly in Shirts?
There was one on Bandera Road. I remember we used to go to one on Bandera.
On Highway 90, there was one also.
So you have been in a Piggly Wiggly?
Yes, as a child.
Wow. And a Handy Andy? You've been in a Handy Andy?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I've been in a lot of Handy Andys.
I'll tell more of the story someday. At age 10, I'm not proud. I got in trouble shoplifting a squirt gun at a Handy Andy.
Chris Duell.
Yeah, my mom busted me, took me to the manager. I had to apologize and return the squirt gun. I never lived a life of crime again. I am no P. Diddy. I'll tell you
what
that.
store was that again?
That was the Handy Andy at, that was at, it's 410 and Evers Road.
Okay. And see, I got caught shoplifting at a Woolco.
See?
And now they're no longer in business.
And we chose not to live a life of crime.
Exactly.
We got in the radio to work with Charity McCurdy.
I was, I think, 11.
Yes.
You were 10?
I was 10.
See, I was 11. I was a late starter.
Okay, Charity, what crime did you commit at age 10?
I probably stole some of my sister's clothes. I tended to do that a
We
lot.
call that borrowing.
See, I thought you were going to say, I've never committed a crime, you two hooligans.
That's what I heard when she said that.
Good to know. We will do this again tomorrow. I'll try not to shoplift in the next 24 hours. The Glenn Beck program's coming your way. Charity with everything you need to know at the top of the hour. Right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute, WOAI News Time, 8:56.
All right, everybody have a great day.
And don't shoplift. It's
Yeah,
wrong.
please.
It's wrong.
Please.
Don't live a life of crime.
No, don't.
See you later.
Because you don't do the crime, you can't do the time.
Don't do it.